imposed on us won't change too many. The new normal is here. We sense that normal isn't coming back, that we are being born into a new normal, a new kind of society, a new relationship to the earth, a new experience of being human. Now, what are we going to see today? I have shortened everything that we are going to look at to form EGID'S. The webinar is aimed at addressing the various impacts of coronavirus on our tertiary educational institutions. No doubt, we must come up with something unique. Christian Happy, a foremost professor of molecular biology and director of African Center of Genomics and Infectious Diseases in Redeemers University, will inform participants on the myths and truth around COVID-19. We will discover what to do, stop, and put in place while preparing for resumption from Mrs. Adun Akiyemiju, a foremost educationist based in Lagos. Mr. Fred Akintunwa, MD, CEO of Fega Solutions, Lagos, will explore how to effectively use ICT in this unique era. Health is wet. So Dr. Peter Ajayi, consultant surgeon and physician of repute, will help us to appreciate safety, wellness, sound health in the workplaces. The Registrar, Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria, Obitunde Obiyemi, will teach us how to maintain our relevance in a season of rapid change. Furthermore, our valued stakeholders will conduct a season evaluation based on their varying perspectives. Ms. Isabella Solomon, our Redeemers Student Association president, will be speaking for the students, while Dr. John Okeni, Chairman, Family Forum, will be speaking for the parents. Mr. Idowu Oloruntoba is the president of Alumni Association. He will be speaking for the alumni, while Pastor Oluseyi Alakija will be speaking on behalf of the staff. Be rest assured to have complete satisfaction at the end of this webinar. What are we going to do? We have to make sense out of change. Alan Watts said, the only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. So we are here this morning to join the dance. Permit me to inform us that this is a prelude to what is coming up in August. We have an international workshop scheduled to take place between 19th and 21st of August, 2020. It will host renowned speakers like Professor Akin Oyemode, the man who interviewed me when I wanted to join the university administration. And Professor Vincent Aipart. Serving and retired registrars to address participants are Dr. Matthew Andrews from the UK, Mr. Ayorinde Oguruku, Dr. Mojola Woshusi, Mrs. Rifkatu Swanta, former registrar, University of Abuja. Mr. Omololu Adegbenro will be speaking to us also, while Mrs. Modupe Fawale, registrar, the Polytechnic Ibadan, will be on at that international workshop. Mrs. MF Olopade, also another registrar from the College of Education, will be on board. We are bringing on board a project management expert, Engineer Sesan Awopetu, from LNG, Port Harcourt. We will be having a host of exhibitors online, like Mani Associates, Our Bike, RG&A Limited, Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria, as well as Church Investment. I look forward to seeing you between 19th and 21st of August, 2020. On a final note, once again, I want to warmly welcome to this webinar my Vice Chancellor, Professor Anthony Eniso Akilo. If he has not permitted this, we will not be hosting this event. I also appreciate the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Adebola Adebileje. We have the bursar of the university, Mrs. Mofolusho Olutayo David. The acting university librarian, Dr. Akini Adeleke. I welcome you all. All our distinguished speakers from Lagos, from every part of Nigeria, I welcome you specially. Serving and retired registrars, I doff my hat. All deans and heads of departments from Redeemers University, you are welcome on board. The organizing committee led by Mr. Ademola Ipenko, they have worked tirelessly to ensure that this event is a success. Also, I want to appreciate and welcome the deputy registrars, other registry staff, and all participants. So, ask questions today. Quality questions, that quality life. Use the chat box as the presentations will be going on. Once again, I welcome the Vice Chancellor, who will be presenting his keynote address shortly. I want to thank you for listening. God bless you. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, you are welcome. Please, unmute you and show the video.
The Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Deputy Registrars and the Directors, our able resource persons, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We give all glory to the Almighty God, the Alpha and the Omega, for his benevolence and mercy over each and every one of us. And in particular, his own university, Redeemers University. As an institution, there are innumerable reasons to give God all the honor and the glory, particularly at this point in time that the entire world is under the siege of novel virus called Covid-19. Meanwhile, God has been very good unto us in so many ways. And that is one of the reasons we are alive today. It is my great pleasure to present a keynote address at this great virtual event with the theme, Impact of COVID-19 on Tertiary Education Institution Administration in Nigeria. Tertiary education institutions as an integral and strategic part of the society, and its contribution to the development of the society cannot be overemphasized. Worthy of note is that tertiary institutions administration is essentially driven by professional administrators. Suffice to say here that the quality and the dynamic nature of the tertiary institution administrators will go a long way in determining the effective service or product delivery and global recognition that institutions will enjoy. Accordingly, the success of an institution will definitely add value not only to the credential of administrators, but also to their pedigree, and in turn make them to stand tall among their peers. Above all, they will be sought after by relevant institutions because of their antecedents and ability to effectively manage higher educational institutions. At this juncture, it is very vital to remind us that tertiary institutions in Nigeria are not operating in isolation, but under a global competitive environment. COVID-19 and tertiary education administration in Nigeria. The systemic nature of the contemporary society has made all its institutions or components to be interdependent. In other words, the various components of the society relate in a symbiotic manner. Therefore, the success or failure of an institution will unavoidably have effect on others, and that is exactly what we are witnessing today as tertiary educational institutions administrators. The COVID-19 pandemic, with its roots in the health institution or sector, has taken its tolls, not only on the educational sector, but also religion, economy, political, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, our focus at this event is the effect of the deadly virus on tertiary education administration. Without saying, you will agree with me that the pandemic has redefined, at least for now, our operational guidelines. As a matter of fact, tertiary institutions administrators will have to cope with this new trend for a little time to come, going by the information dished out by the World Health Organization, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, and other relevant agencies. It has therefore placed so much burden at the doorsteps of you and I as administrators. For instance, the academic calendar has been sufficiently disrupted, financial year budget has become unrealistic, enrollment not impressive, students are not yet sure of when they will be in the four corners of their lecture rooms and hostels. Above all, the financial situation of many tertiary institutions has been attacked by the virus, and some, particularly private institutions, are now in pecuniary isolation centers with inability to meet necessary financial obligations. This has resulted into downsizing, cut in the staff salaries, compulsory leave, and other unpalatable industrial relations decisions. To this end, tertiary institutions administrators are advised to embrace a paradigm shift or migrate from the old order of administrative procedure and fashion out a COVID-19 friendly compliant framework for the day-to-day administration of our institutions. This will show how proactive, dynamic, and tactical we could be in adapting to new trends for the survival of our institutions. I therefore challenge you today to brace up and develop fresh ideas with sustainable ways of effective administration of tertiary education in this COVID-19 era and even beyond, as administrators' eyes are on us to ensure that our institutions are sustained and not sent into doldrums before the post-COVID-19 period. In conclusion, I wish to state that tertiary educational institutions administrators, as a matter of urgency, should endeavor to provide workable models for our institutions in order to effectively cope with the pandemic and even survive its destructive tendencies. I want to say thank you and God bless you, and have a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, God bless you.
Thank you, my Vice Chancellor. That was a thought-provoking opening remarks. We appreciate you, sir. Without wasting time, I'd like to call on Mr. Ikpenko, Ademola Ikpenko, to present our next speaker, Mrs. Adun Akinyemi. who will be speaking to us on students' resorption from thinking to actual, what to do, stop, and put in place. Mr. Ekpenko. Mr. Ekpenko. Mr. Ekpenko, please unmute and then present our next speaker. Mr. Ekpenko, kindly unmute and then present our next speaker. Okay. Yeah, please. Mr. Bello, please.
Thank you very much, the registrar, sir. Mrs. Adun Akinyemi has a passionate love for God and quality education. She is a shrewd administrator and a clear thinker. A woman with an almost infallible sense of judgment, she has had a fruitful career as an administrator in the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, and also the Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria. She also served as an administrator at the Joint Admissions Matriculation Board and a few other reputable organizations. She translated her burning desire for education into reality when she founded the Dancehall Schools in Lagos. She believes in functional education that is founded on the wisdom of God, and this is the unique point of Dancehall Schools. She is the chairperson of the Association of the Christian Schools International, ACSI West Africa, and the director of the same organization in the Anglophone West African countries. She is also the founder and coordinator of the Kingdom Women Fellowship, a ministry that draws women to a deep and meaningful relationship with God. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you are listening to us all over the world, please join me in welcoming Mrs. Adun Akinyemi.
Thank you so much. Good morning, the Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and everyone on the panel. Permit me to skip protocol. I have 15 minutes to speak on something that could take us hours to discuss. And I appreciate Redeemers University, I appreciate Mr. Ekpenko and everyone for inviting me. I've been asked to talk about our preparation to receive students. And I probably won't look into my slides as such. We'll just talk. I have, like I said, less than 15 minutes now. The first thing I'd like us to do is to admit that COVID-19 exists, and that's why we are talking this morning. We acknowledge that it exists. We also acknowledge that as a university, we've got large number of people to deal with. Right now, we don't know when we are going to resume, but then we must be proactive. That's why we are talking this morning. Be proactive and realize that when the resumption takes place, we are going to have to deal with a large number of students and staff. So the first thing I would suggest that we do is set up a committee. Every university should set up a committee, appoint a team made up of senior management staff, and something similar to the number of people we have on this panel this morning. And then from that team, there will be subcommittees that will deal with logistics, subcommittees that will deal with health, things to put in place, that will deal with psychosocial skills. Because if there is time, we'll talk about that, because it really is a burden for me. And then, of course, the academic aspect and all of that. Once this committee meets and then they break into subcommittees, Then the chairperson or chairman of the committee will be taking reports, and then we move on. The next thing is we need to have a clear response. There must be a statement from the committee as soon as possible that will show up on our website to say, we acknowledge that there's COVID-19, even though we are not resuming yet, but this is our response. And I want to suggest that on your website, there has to be a response, a statement showing that this is what we are doing. And then once the community, your community, that is your parents, prospective parents, and everyone knows that, okay, this university is responsible. We need to respond. We need to respond. Then there has to be training of everyone that is concerned in small groups, because we're dealing with so many people. We need to train. Online training, definitely online. Lecturers need to be trained on this issue. Don't forget, we are concerned about the health of lecturers. We are concerned about the health of cleaners, security men, everyone that works with us, and of course the health of the children, the students. So we need to prepare our minds about how do we train them and what kind of training are we giving. We're training them to understand that this exists, and so this is what we need to do to prevent the spread. Yes, it exists, but we want to prevent the spread. So the training will involve the common things that we all know about, but let's not take it for granted. Everyone has to put on a mask, washing of hands, and all of that. The junior staff are the most difficult because many people feel that, oh, this thing does not exist. Let them know it exists. Let them know they have to do this, they have to do that. So let's put down, and we need to document. Please, let's document and let's pass the training on to our junior staff and all of that, and all categories. Then we need to also train parents. Parents, you may put, the good thing about, I have found that Zoom has been the favorite of everybody now. There are other things, but then with Zoom, that can accommodate 500. So you can train students, you can train parents at different times. It's a responsibility that we have to do. Now, after training, beyond training, physically, what are we going to do? Some people have suggested blended learning, because again, when they come back into campus, are they going to be on campus? There's somebody here that's going to talk about technology. A lot might be done on blended learning, but hostels really do not know when to resume. But one of the things that I have suggested to people is that if you want to get back into hostel, what are you going to do? Do we have enough facilities? If hostels, if there were 4 people in the room before, would there be 2? Is it a possibility? Again, these are things that the committee will do. Do you think, okay, let's resume 2 weeks before and kind of do isolation, and then let's see. Then the things to put in place, the classrooms or the lecture rooms, I call classroom because I run a high school. The lecture rooms, the spaces have to, the 6 feet or 5 feet apart that we talk about, there has to be rearrangement. So there has to be a subcommittee that will be talking about how do we rearrange the lecture rooms. It is real. And that is what gives rise to, or will give rise to, the blended learning. So if on the Monday, in a particular subject that is done by everybody, like, well, I don't know what it's called these days, English 101 or whatever. If there are 200 in that lecture, that means it's going to be 100. That means you skip it apart, and then that means in blended learning, some will be online on Monday, while there is physical for half. Then Tuesday, those other ones will come. That means there will be change in timetabling. Thank God again, the internet, is able to help us to change timetable and all of that. It's so important to be proactive in all of these matters. Then there is a federal government document. I want to encourage every university administrator, get the federal government document that talks about things to do, and the committee chair and members will begin to look at those documents, and you are ticking on what you do, what you are doing as you are doing them. Then there is a need for fumigation. There's also a need to sanitize. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Even before COVID-19, we were doing cleaning, being clean. I'm an advocate of cleanliness. We can't say there are a few of us living in a household of 4, 5, not to talk of the large community. All our facilities, the kitchen, the hostel, the toilets, everything. But to make provision for dustbins that have roles. Then on the campus, before anybody comes around, must begin to talk. All of those things must be visible. You don't come here without mask. I don't know if I have it on my slide that you can show. Everyone, well, that's what we have in place in our own classroom. That's a classroom, but lecture rooms definitely will be different. Now, everyone, no face mask, no entry into this facility. And to be all over the campus, all over, you can do it and customize it to the name of your university. So no face mask, no entry. Then safe distance, all of those things. Then where to wash your hands, those things must be provided. I've told schools that you don't have to buy expensive things, but it must be real, it must be workable. Those are facilities that we have to put in place that will work for them. And that means it's accessible. So if someone is coming in, you also need to buy the thermometers. They have to also educate, like I said, we would have trained, excuse me, we would have trained our gate men. Why are we doing this? Let them be conscious, let them take the temperature, and if it is high, what do we do? Then federal government and state governments are saying there must be an isolation room. Doesn't mean that you're going to stay there, somebody's going to stay there forever, but if someone has a high temperature, you let the appropriate workers know. And then that means you have to have a relationship with the isolation centers. There must be a relationship with government so that they know that, okay, in case we have something, someone. And one of the things that I'm advocating now is there should be a campaign that you don't stigmatize anyone that is suspected of having COVID-19. We don't stigmatize people that have chickenpox or measles. So why should it be that way? The important thing is, what we are saying is we want to prevent the spread. We want to prevent the spread. Talking about our facilities, I would like to suggest that right now we begin to clear our facilities, to regulate the environment. Also, let's open our doors. I told my staff, I said, let's do spiritual fumigation. We run Christian schools, so we are spraying around, we're doing all of that. But then the physical fumigation we will do. And once you do that, if there's any clearing to be done in the bushes around, we clear it, we fumigate, and we do that often. In Lagos State, we're supposed to get a clearance from government when they come. I don't know what it's like in Osun State or Ogun State or Ondo State. Let's go by what the federal government says and what the state government says, so that we are working with them, and then we need all of those things. Now, there's also what you call to prevent things from contamination. Some doctors, of course, there should be a doctor on your committee, someone that can advise. Some of the advice that we got is that the handles twice a day. I mean, of course, there is sanitizers and all of those little things. Now, someone advised that the handles, your laptop surface, all of those things, and then the tabletop surfaces, we need to clean them often. So, and ethanol is recommended. We've got that. I want to recommend that. In the short time that I have left, I want to talk about the psychosocial skills again. Maybe somebody is there to talk about it. But that's an area because we're dealing with adolescents. In these 3 months, they would have gone through a lot. So apart from the chaplain, the counselors that you have on ground, I would suggest that a subcommittee be set up that these children, they will also be trained to be able to deal with some of the issues that these students will need to pour out their hearts to. People that will have to receive what they have in mind. Even for us as a high school, we are preparing that these children, some of them would have gone through a whole lot. Some are abused at home levels, they have nobody to talk to. Let us be the ones that will have something aside that they would that they will let them know it's available, that this committee or this group is available. It will be made up of your chaplain, pastors, but they need to be trained for this particular area. It's an important aspect. The God factor for me is that we need to keep praying. I'm praying, for instance, that there will be remedy for COVID-19. I keep praying destruction to it and all of that. This whole thing is affecting children negatively. It's affecting youth negatively. And I'm praying that very soon universities will be able to resume. But the important thing for us is to be proactive, to be responsive to what is going on. And that's what I just wanted to say. I needed to rush through things because there's a whole lot I have on ground, but within this short time that I have, I think I'll be able to express my thoughts on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Adun Akinyemiju. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for sharing so much. I mean, I think if we ask everyone, they will tell you that their notes are full by now. Thank you for leading us, informing us on the need to document and pass information to our junior staff. You also talked on the need to educate our parents and other stakeholders within the system. You also mentioned the need for us to adapt our timetables to reflect the change in the times that we're in. And another important thing that Mrs. Akinyemiju mentioned was the fact that we all need to get the document from the federal government. The document clearly spells out what we need to do as educational institutions. She also mentioned, she touched on the need for us to fumigate our campuses, to sanitize, to also ensure that it doesn't have to be expensive, but then it must be effective, it must be real, it must be workable. Another important thing which Mrs. Akinyemiju mentioned was the fact that we need to set up committees and subcommittees that would handle issues that border on counseling for our students. And then we should ensure that we spread the word to everyone within our campuses not to stigmatize and to have a good relationship with the governmental agencies. Once again, we say a very big thank you, Ma. And I like us wherever we are. Please let's put our hands together for Mrs. Akinyemiju. Thank you so much, Ma.
Next is the Professor of Molecular Biology, Professor Christian Happy. He will come in after a short citation on him. Mr. Bellows.
Thank you very much, the Registrar, sir. Professor Christian Happy. I must mention before I go on that Professor Happy is an asset, not just to Redeemers University and not just to Nigeria, but to the world at large. Professor Christian Happy is the professor of molecular biology and genomics at the Redeemers University in Nigeria. He is also the Center Director of the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases, popularly known as EGID. He is an adjunct faculty in the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at the University of Ibadan, amongst other tertiary institutions, both home and abroad. He is a fellow of several reputable international organizations, and he is a reputable international scholar who has several awards and honors for his several high-impact scholarly publications and accomplishments. I must mention this morning that Professor Happy steered the ship of the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases and Redeemers University in combating the scourge of Ebola way back in the year 2014. And I can also tell you for free that Professor Happy, with his team, has led the fight against the current COVID-19 pandemic, which we have been facing. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome an erudite professor, an erudite scholar, an erudite scientist, Professor Christian Happy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bello, and all protocol duly observed. Thank you, Mr. Registrar, for the invitation. I will probably go straight to the point and then get this presentation done very quickly because I have to join another session soon. So I will immediately after this. So let me share my screen immediately. So if I'm permitted. So I don't know if you see my screen. Can you all share my screen?
We can see it, sir.
Okay, sir. I was told by the registrar to speak on COVID-19, understanding the myths and the facts. So, and what I would do basically is just to present a little bit about what COVID-19 is, and then what is the situation, what is the current situation globally, and then in Nigeria, and then what we have been doing in this space, and then what are the myths and facts about COVID-19, and eventually exit, after conclude and exit after this. So the right time, COVID-19 is, as you all know, I mean, I think we're all well educated about this. So it's a new virus, it's a new disease in the family of coronaviruses, and it originated from China. And within a very short while, it became, a pandemic, and virtually there's no single country in the world where this disease has not touched. And as of yesterday, so we probably have about more than 15 million people across the globe that are affected. So I don't know. Seem not to be working. My screen is. Let me just see whether that works. Oops. Right. So the symptoms are similar to the ones that we're very familiar with. People present with fever. They can present with diarrhea in some cases. Severe. I mean, they can have pneumonia when the disease becomes severe. But at the beginning, you have this normal headache, joint pain, fever, and then when the disease when the disease kind of becomes a little bit more pathogenic, we start having things like shortness in breath and then odors. So globally, we've made. I mean, this is one of those pandemics. It's 100 years after the plague in 1920, and we see here. I mean, another one that has killed almost more than 650,000 people, and then this number is still increasing. So, and as such, if you want to look at the situation in Nigeria, so I think in Nigeria we slowly coming up with testing. We've tested almost 270,000 cases and more than 40,000 confirmed. So this should be about 41,000, almost 42,000 today. And the number of active cases are almost 22,300, and the number of discharged 17,000. The case fatality rate in Nigeria is a little bit low compared to other African countries. And as you can see, these are the top 10, for instance, states in Nigeria with the number of cases as of yesterday. And then where Redeemers University is based is in Osun State. We come in 21 in the number of states in Nigeria with about 400, and as of this morning, we should have about 451 cases and about 10 deaths. So we've been in the forefront of testing and then doing a whole lot of research in Nigeria. So we were among the first set of laboratories that were designated by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control to test, COVID-19 in Nigeria. So we reconfirmed and I did the first genetic sequence that is basically provided the genetic map of the virus that was circulating in Nigeria. And then through that, we've been able to, know exactly what we were able to show exactly where the virus came from. But within that time and now, we've been able to test over 12,000 suspected samples and confirm over 1,000 positive cases. And these cases came from Ogun State, Oyo State, Kwara State, Ekiti State, Ondo State, and Osun State. So covering about 6 different states in Nigeria with a population of almost 29 million people. As I said before, we sequenced the first virus in the whole of the African continent. So when we got the first case in Nigeria around March 28 or 27, the sample was sent by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control to EGID'S because of the track record that we have set up. And we were able to sequence this, the virus. And that made Nigeria to be the very first country to sequence this virus and then made it available to the international community. As of today, we've done over almost 100 sequences, full genome sequences. And we know now that the virus is circulating in Nigeria. We have about 6 or 7 different lineages of the virus circulating in Nigeria, so unlike other countries. So, and then we also know the entries, the origin of those viruses. So we've been able to know that the viruses came from the US, from China, from Saudi Arabia, from Australia, from South Africa, and then also from the Netherlands and other countries. So that really gave us a better understanding. But what we've also established over time is that the viruses in Nigeria has mutated and has become more transmissible. So up to 70% of the viruses circulating in Nigeria have changed and have mutated, and they've acquired the ability to transmit more efficiently. So, and this information has been passed to, to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control so that they can use this information in order to, set the right set of policy. In addition to that, we've been able to use genomics as a way to identify clusters of transmission. And we've identified clusters of transmission across many states that I mentioned earlier on. But, and this has really led, the Africa Center for Disease Control to send samples from up to 16 different African countries now to us for sequencing. So the idea is basically to generate a map or the viral map for COVID in Africa, but we're also doing the same project for Nigeria. So, and then this said, so let's go straight to the facts and the myths about COVID. There's a whole lot going on there. And I think that as of today, I think some of you are probably more knowledgeable than us. But I think the goal for this talk is actually to just present some facts and then try to mitigate some of the myths that are circulating out there. So I think one of the first facts is that, once you have COVID, then you should take antibiotics. But but the idea here is actually to counter that there's really that antibiotics are not meant to treat COVID. Antibiotics are meant to treat bacteria, but are not viruses. But then the reason why you may ask, why do some doctors prescribe, antibiotics? The only reason why they prescribe antibiotics is because some people, because of underlying condition, could have secondary bacterial infection because their immune system is weak when they're exposed to COVID. And as such, in order to help them, they can prescribe antibiotics. So the other fact, the second one is, I think if you can check the social media today, there's a whole lot going on today by a medical doctor in the US who went on and then claimed that that chloroquine, she's treated hundreds of patients with chloroquine, and then chloroquine should be a drug to use. That is a myth, and that is not true, because there have been several clinical trials across the globe, and then through the clinical trials, it was found that chloroquine is really not. There's no advantage in using chloroquine, but also the adverse events were actually much more increased, and as such, chloroquine is not a drug to either treat or to prevent COVID-19. So at least I think that this is another fact. Then as I touched this before on the effect of antibiotic or to prevent or to treat and prevent COVID-19. So it's clear, as I said before, that antibiotics are not antiretroviral, and then antibiotics are meant to treat bacteria, and then they're not meant to treat viruses. So I think, the fact is that we shouldn't be using antibiotics as a way to either treat or to prevent, COVID-19. Now, most people, another myth is the fact that most people who get COVID-19 have mild or moderate symptoms and they can recover, right? Recover from it. Thanks to supportive care. So that is definitely a good fact. Most people do get the disease. Some people don't even show symptoms. But then if you can look at the case fatality rate and then look at the number of recovery across the globe and even within Nigeria, a significant large number of people recover from the disease, just through supportive care. So, which means that the fact is most people that get infected absolutely get, recover from the disease. Now, the other question is, the other myth out there that does a new coronavirus affect older people or are younger people also susceptible? The truth, pre-existing medical condition appear to be more vulnerable. Even if you are old, and you don't have pre-medical existing condition, then I think you are less, I think you do better in recovering than those people with pre-existing medical condition. And the only reason why those with pre-existing condition get vulnerable is the fact that, their immune system is in a way distressed already by the existing condition. And then when you come and then layer COVID-19 on top of it, then actually the prognosis seems not to be very good for such category of people. And then there's also, I remember on social media, there's a whole lot going out there about 5G and COVID-19. Again, the fact is, 5G mobile network has nothing to do with the spread or to the development of COVID-19. I think that really should be made very clear to people that there's really no connection between 5G mobile network and then COVID-19, as a disease or as a spread. The other fact is, most common what we say symptoms for COVID-19 we understand are things like dry cough, tiredness, fever. Some people actually develop some very severe forms such as pneumonia. But then, definitely people say, oh well, if you cannot, when you have it, you can't. It means that you cannot breathe or you can't hold your breath. So I think the fact is that being able to hold your breath for 10 seconds or more without coughing or feeling discomfort does not definitely mean that you are free from COVID-19. So again, that is another fact, because people say, oh no, the exercise or the test could be, we have developed our own set of tests, and then one of those tests people will say, oh no, just hold your breath for 10 seconds. If you can hold your breath for 10 seconds without coughing, then it means that you are free of COVID-19. That is not true. So we've seen situations whereby they say, okay, if you use sanitizers, we've seen situations where we say, oh, because we use hand sanitizers and the hand sanitizer can protect you against the virus. Some people just say, oh, wow, it might be good to just go and drink yourself up, and then alcohol is a good protector, for COVID-19. And people started finding themselves drinking, in the bid to drink more, they will tell you alcohol protect against COVID-19, and then they will start taking 5 or 6 bottles of beer and tell you that, oh no, this is protection against COVID-19. I think the fact is drinking alcohol does not protect you for COVID-19. It actually can be very dangerous because it has a very negative effect on your liver. So these among others, again, this is another fact. But we see another one where we say, well, if you add in hot pepper in your soup, then, that's very, very protective against COVID-19. Well, we know, so for some people, while hot pepper is very tasty, it is very clear. We also need to let people know that that doesn't protect you against COVID-19. Adding pepper to your soup or meal does not prevent it. If you are not careful and respecting the safety guideline, public health safety guideline, which are, wearing your face mask, respecting physical distancing, making sure that you kind of wash your hands so often or sanitize your hands so often, and then and ensuring that cleanliness is part of your daily activity or your routine activity. Those are things that can help you prevent COVID-19. The other one is, well, garlic. You know, we've seen in places where they say you go to the market, the cost of garlic has actually been multiplied by 100, because there is a school of thought out there that said that garlic will help you, you know, prevent infection with COVID-19. That also, there's no scientific evidence, you know, that will say that, you know, garlic protects against COVID-19. So that's another fact. So this again, then the other fact has to do with exposure to sun. You know, people, I mean, when it started, they were saying, oh, well, you know, it can't happen because once the sun, I mean, once you get into hot temperature areas, then the disease or the virus will die. That is not true. If you look at countries like Saudi Arabia or Iran or Kuwait, where the temperature is 45 degrees under the shade, you still have transmission going on in those places. They are losing people more than we do have in Nigeria. So which means that clearly high temperature does not prevent, you know, the virus from spreading, or does not just kill the virus just anyhow. So I think what is needed is actually to do the right thing, as we mentioned before. Now, methanol or ethanol or bleach, you know, we heard Trump actually put, in the United States, basically telling people to, you know, advising or even proposing the idea of getting people injected with all of this disinfectant. But then that was really debunked, and then that created an uproar. So methanol, ethanol, or bleach, you know, they are poisons, and we shouldn't just joke with them, and we shouldn't be drinking them because we think that we want to prevent COVID-19. This again is another myth. And then also the fact that, you know, the other fact is that spraying or introducing bleach or the disinfectant, you know, in your body will not prevent it. I've touched on this before, that we will end up losing our lives instead of trying to protect it by taking some of this disinfectant. So the other myth out there is that, you know, rinsing your nose regularly with saline can prevent infection, because they say the virus goes through the airways before getting to your lung. That is really not true. I think, you know, we already know that, you know, the body has a way through the nasal air to kind of protect ourselves. But then if you don't wear a mask, then your risk of contracting the disease is much more higher. So the best way to prevent it is actually to wear your mask. Now, the other thing has to do with the fact that, you know, some people will see mosquitoes and all kinds of house flies transmit, you know, COVID-19. This is not true. COVID-19 is not transmitted through house flies. So we need to have that fact also very clear for all of us. And mosquito bite, I've touched that. Mosquito bite does not transmit this virus. So it is absolutely transmitted through the airways, through droplets in the air. We all know that it is airborne and it's transmitted through, you know, it's transmitted through the air. UV radiation also, while we use UV radiation in the laboratory, for instance, to sterilize, you know, some of the materials and equipment that we use to do the work, it is dangerous if you can start applying UV-19 in the process of saying that you're using UV to protect yourself against COVID-19. UV can be very damaging, especially for the skin. If you expose yourself to UV for a long time, you realize that you damage your skin, and then you start seeing your body or your part that has been exposed swelling. And that's very, very dangerous, because that can also overexposure can lead to cancer. So we have to be very careful. So not using blue light or sterilizing light to combat COVID-19 is not true. So the other fact is that has to be to take a hot bath. You know, a hot bath does not prevent you from, you know, it is about doing the right thing. As I said before, if the virus is showing for 40, that is early to 75 cannot really help you out in that regard. Then hand dry, I mean, as I say, people not just go in and just say, oh, well, I kind of use this, sanitize, use alcohol-based solution. Those are the things that we'll use to sanitize and then to prevent, and soap to kill the virus. So in conclusion, so I just want to reemphasize the fact that we all know that COVID-19 is real. It's important that we protect ourselves and our loved ones by doing the right thing. That is, wearing face masks, ensuring that we wash hands and respect physical distancing, and then respecting public health safety rules anywhere we are. And just ignorance about this virus can also be as dangerous as the virus itself. We see a lot of people claiming that the virus doesn't exist, is a conspiracy and all of that. The consequence of that is that in the end, we may end up paying by our life, or our loved ones, we end up paying dearly for just claiming ignorant or feigning not to know the truth. So we must resist, spreading misinformation about the virus. That is very, very important, because it's better to spread, some facts and instead of spreading myths out there. Because once we start spreading myths and then false information, that leads us to a sense of security, and yet we are unnecessarily exposing the people that we're supposed to be protecting. So on this note, again, I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity, and then also thank you all for listening. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Christian Happy of the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases, Redeemers University. If you're just joining us, this is the Redeemers University webinar, and we just had Professor Happy take us on the myths and facts of COVID-19. And if you have been following, you will agree with me that Professor Happy has helped us debunk a lot of myths which we might have had or held before now. And so just by way of a quick recap, don't add too much hot pepper to your soup or meal. Hot pepper does not cure coronavirus. It doesn't cure COVID-19. Also, don't drink ethanol. Don't drink methanol. It does not take care of COVID-19. Eating excess garlic or ginger, any of those things, exposure to high temperature, mosquito and housefly, they don't transmit the COVID-19 virus. And also, we've been advised not to use UV lamps to disinfect, as that can also put us at the risk of skin or other forms of cancer. Also, having an extremely hot bath like we have for the pregnant women, it doesn't cure COVID-19, please. So tell those around you, educate your friends, educate your neighbors on some of the myths and facts of COVID-19. If you want to avoid COVID-19, wear your mask regularly, sanitize regularly, maintain physical and social distancing, and abide by any other guidelines that the authorities give us. So one more time, we say a big thank you to Professor Christian Happy, and we say well done to the enormous work that you and your team are doing at EGID. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Belus. I must appreciate Professor Happy for that wonderful presentation. That was a good one. We are moving on to the third presentation, maintaining and sustaining personnel relevance in a crisis situation. That will be delivered by no other person than the Registrar, Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria, Mr. Obitunde Obiyemi. I want to let you know that if you are not relevant, you are useless. So please stay tuned as Mr. Obitunde is brought up by Mr. Belus.
Thank you very much, the Registrar, sir. Before I bring Mr. Obitunde up, I'd like to inform us, if you have any questions, please make use of the question tab on your screens. If you have any question, for some, the question tab is at the top of your screen. For others, it's at the bottom of your screen. So please make use of the tab and ask your question. It will be attended to in due course. Mr. Obitunde Obiyemi is a brand and HR and also a change management consultant. Over 20 years working experience across sectors of the Nigerian economy. He has excellent presentation, communication, and facilitation skills. He is currently the registrar of the Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria. He has core skills in business development, project management, selling, organizational design, people development, branding, culture studies, and executive selection. He is currently the registrar, as I said before, of the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming an outstanding, experienced brand, HR, and change management consultant in person of Mr. Obitunde Obiemi.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar. I observe existing protocols, and please permit me to share the slide as we go on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, we'll be looking at maintaining and sustaining personnel relevance in a crisis situation. Now, permit me to quickly say this, that one thing is very constant, and we all know, and that is change. No doubt change is inevitable. It is the only constant thing that we must learn to live with and utilize the accompanying opportunity that comes with it. I want to lay a foundation before we quickly move on. I'm aware that I have about 20 minutes. Ordinarily, this should have taken me like a few hours, but then we'll see how we can move within the stipulated time. When a change affects not only, when a change affects a part of an organization, then it's a change that is possibly expected. But when it affects the entire organization, then we call it a strategic change. And most times, strategic change comes in two ways. Number one, we have a change that is induced by an organization. This change is actually to possibly restructure. Not only that, to align the organization possibly to best practices in terms of deliverables. So a change could be induced by an organization, and we call this change deliberate change. Also, we have a change that is imposed by the environment.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Obitunde.
Yes, sir.
We are only seeing your mail. You have not shared your screen.
I've shared the screen.
Close the email. Open the PDF that you are using.
Okay, just a minute, please, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, you want me to move? Just open from your desktop, sir. Okay. Wow, that's good. Thank you. You can go on now. Please unmute him.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yes, sorry for the disruption. Now, we'll be looking at maintaining and sustaining personnel relevance in a crisis situation. I said the only constant thing that we have is change. It is not only constant, but it's something that we need to learn how to live with, because it occurs every now and then. There could be disruption at any time. So when a change happens, then we can say it's just a change. But when a change happens and it affects the entire organization, then we call it a strategic change. Now, strategic change comes in two ways. We have a change induced by the organization, possibly to reposition and then maybe to align for success. We call it a deliberate change. And secondly, we have a change that is imposed by the environment. And when a change is imposed by the environment, it comes with a threat or possibly trouble, like the one we have globally, which is COVID-19. It is an emergent change because not only has it affected private lives, it has also affected organizations. So when a change like this happens, it is an emergent change, which we can equally refer to as a crisis. Now, when we have an emergent change happening on an organization, then it's what we call that an organization is troubled. So now, at that stage of being troubled by an organization and a situation where an organization becomes stable, or rather metamorphosed into an organization that is in trouble, something is very key, which is about the personnel. Personnel is the most important key because whatever that is done by the employee or it is not done by the employee actually determines whether an organization that is troubled will become stable or we possibly move into an organization that is in trouble. Introduction. An organization is as good as its workforce. People and how they are managed are becoming very critical because many other resources are not as powerful. We all know that there are several resources, and we are talking about resources generally. There is financial, there is machineries, and what have you. But the thing is, who appropriates the finances? It is the personnel. So organization is not just building machines or inventories. It is essentially made up of people. That means the most critical resource of every organization is the personnel. Now, I quickly move on. Because we are talking about the personnel, we need to also establish the features of the 21st century workplace, which is the environment where personnel works. It is volatile. It is uncertain. It is complex, and it is ambiguous. Now, when it is volatile, we also have a responsibility for us as an employee to stay relevant in that organization. There is need to also bring in our vision. When there is volatility, then our vision, which is concrete, which is direct, well-focused, and objective, should be brought. Now, when we have a situation of uncertainty, that means that our understanding also has understanding of the subject matter, understanding of the problem, and understanding of the solution that will take care of the problem. So when we are in a situation of uncertainty, what do we need to do? We need to have a better and concrete understanding. Now, complexity. When we are in a situation of complexity, and we do not know which way to, then we have to employ clarity. We need to be clear about issues. Then when we are in an ambiguous situation, then agility comes to play. Now we have challenges of the day. Now I quickly want to tell us this, because when we are looking at our relevance and competence as an employee or as a staff, one thing we need to understand as an employee, that if we are absent for a month and everything in that organization goes seamlessly, that means we need to revisit our relevance in that organization. Now, the challenge of the age: wide knowledge, but little competence. Almost everybody is ready. Almost everybody is readily doing something. However, people are not actually hitting the target. Yes, we are reading, we are studying, but we are not competent enough in that area. We also have the challenge of multiple study, but little mastery. Yet it is good to acquire knowledge, it is good to study, but we should be a master of that area that we have carved for ourselves, so that we can become an authority in it. It goes alongside with cluster results, but less authority. You bite in here and there. Yes, you are doing this, you are doing that. You are having a little result here, a little result there, but you are not an authority in that place. So we shouldn't, for us to be relevant and to actually show our competence in our organization, we should not have a clustered result and no authority to show for it. In a particular field, yes, authority are being celebrated. When they narrow the area or field, they will not celebrate people who have attempted it at some point or the other. They will celebrate authority in that field. Another challenge is wide attempts, but shallow research. In our own clan here, we don't actually research. Yes, of course, we make attempts, but at some point, we give up on the research. And possibly, maybe that is what is responsible for difficulty in this area of ours to come out with inventions. We have likes of Faraday's, likes of Isaac Newton. They buried themselves in research. They spent years. We have a situation, somebody will tell you, I've been on this research for the past 15 years. I've been on this research for the past 20 years. But just making an attempt, and when you meet a brick wall, you leave it, you attempt another one. You leave it, then you move on. Now we have a wide attempt, but shallow research. There are multiple fields, but no alignment. Multiple fields, no alignment. People decide to have certification in many fields, but those fields do not have alignment in terms of the advantage it poses on their career. And at this place, we need to be very mindful. For us to be relevant, it's not about gathering certifications here and there. It is not about having degrees, multiple degrees, but there must be an alignment in your degrees that will enhance your career. Your alignment should make an authority in that field. All the certificates that you have should actually come together and align. So if you do not align, you just be like somebody wearing a rainbow coat. Yes, all the colors are good in their own, but when they do not align, it's difficult for you to synchronize and make the best out of it. Now, core competence. Core competence implies a depth of definite skill, a well-researched strategy, and a unique expertise in a field that demarcates between a leader and an average player in the industry. For you to be relevant, you cannot just be an average player in the industry. You have to be a leader. And now it's taking us to establishing what I term the core. the core, the number one here is identity. There should be a commercializable uniqueness, which is peculiar to you. In other words, you must create an identity for yourself to the extent that when certain assignment is to be done, they quickly refer that for you to get the best of these results, you need to approach this person. That is, you have created a unique and commercializable identity for yourself, so that even amongst your colleagues, when they know that if it comes to report presentation, then you don't look at any other place. It is this person that is very competent in that area. So if an organization at the same time also build the capacity of employee in that area, then that also becomes the identity of that organization. So the organization is now, being referred in that area of uniqueness, which becomes their identity. Then secondly, bait. And the bait here is not only good for us to have an identity, but also we should have an attractive strength, the strength that makes people to look for you. Now, why must this person be in charge of this process? Why must this person handle this assignment? And when we are talking about this attractive strength, we are talking about either your reputation, which is not questionable, either your service delivery, which is very seamless and accurate, or we are talking about your efficiency in terms of deliverable. So it is the attractive strength that separates you from other people, especially your colleagues. So this is very, very important. They are core of what actually guarantees your relevance. Number three, we are looking at the competence, which is the quality of expertise. The quality of expertise, which means how neatly you could get something done, how fantastic your deliverables is. And let me also, at this point, quickly tell us a story about this quality of expertise. A boss gave two subordinates an assignment. One of the subordinates often, bring up allegation against the boss that is favoring the other colleague. But the guy gave them an assignment. And what is the assignment all about? Kindly check out a conference place around Alawa and give me the feedback. Two of them went ahead and they submitted their report. Now, the report of Mr. Hay, who alleged favoritism. Yes, I have combed the nooks and crannies of Alausa. Unfortunately, no hall is available for use on our date of program. Then the other, his colleague, Mr. B, came up with his report. I said, yes, I have done this assignment. Unfortunately, we do not have any hall open for us on that date in Alausa. However, there is a date opened the following day. Now, the possibility is if we can shift our program to the following day, then we can have a space in Alausa. I also took a step ahead to check around the Ikeja. And I discovered that there are a lot of, event places that we can use in Ikeja, which are open on our day. The only thing here is for us to arrange for logistics on transportation and what have you. Now, the man now showed the two of them the presentation of their report. Now, what is it telling us? It's telling us that the quality of your expertise, how good you are delivering on the assignment given to you, shows that you are competent. Then number 4, professionalism. Professionalism comes in 3 basic ways. The necessary certifications that gives you credibility, your relevance to the industry, and the ethics of your profession. I want to say this, that if you are an administrative officer and it is difficult for you to write a report writing becomes an Herculean task, memo writing becomes an issue, even to service a committee meeting is a challenge, then you need to work on your professionalism. So what are we saying here? Certifications are good, but then you need to look at your profession. How relevant is your profession to your organization? Are you adding value with your profession to your organization? Then the other one, which is ethics. Every profession has its ethics. Now, are you a person that has professional ethics? Are you the person that will not bend or change to alter things because you hold your professional ethics in high esteem? These are the core that actually give us relevance. Now, very quickly, competence classification. We have revolutionary competence, which talks about research breakthrough, new invention. Now you look at yourself as an administrator or an employee in an organization. What new invention am I bringing to the table? How can we do things in another way and achieve a better result? How can I throw myself into this research that will give us a breakthrough in our organization? These are competencies that are revolutionary based. Then you can look at yourself and develop your competence in this area. Then we also have translative competence. We talk about refining and reinventing. In this case, you are not bringing a new thing on the table. All what you are doing is to refining the existing one. You are reinventing. This is the way we are doing things before. Now, let us see how we can modify the way we do things. Talking about modification, you are not bringing anything new. Because most times, organizations sometimes resistance to innovations. But when you are refining things, and you are bringing refining ideas, at this, you are actually enhancing your translative competence, and which, of course, will make you relevant in your organization and indispensable. Now, necessity competence. You might want to develop your competence and relevance even in this. For instance, all these I've listed here: food, health, mobility, education, they are basic necessities. People eat, yes, of course. We take care of our health. We move from one place to the other. Education. Then you look at developing your competence in the area of education. It is necessary because even your educational qualification that you had yesterday, anything could happen and there could be a peg. And you just discover that what you think you have had is actually the starting point. And unfortunately, you have not developed your competence even educational-wise. You have not added additional qualification. So it is something that you can look at to develop your competence so that it will enhance your relevance. We have alternative competence. Here, I talk about robotic engineering, digital medicine, robotic therapy. We discover these days that a lot of alternatives are coming up, even in things that we do as human beings. In many factories, people are used to work in factories, but if you go to a modern factory today, you discover that robots are working there. In car assemblage factories, you hardly see, yes, you have people there, but what do? They supervise. It is the robots that do the assemblage. And that is what we are looking at. We are talking about alternative competence. Have you sat down and looked at this? How can I enhance my competence in case there is a change? This, my profession, this, my area, what will happen to it in the next 5, 10, 20, 50 years? Will it still be relevant in the organization, or there is possibly an alternative that will come up? So we need to build alternative competence. We remember several years back, the advent of computer system pose a serious challenge to typists. But many of them who were actually thinking, what did they do? They upgraded themselves, and they could also fit in to naturally what would have taken them out of job, but they took the advantage of it and they became relevant. Also, we are looking at prospective competence. Yes, sure, we must have been hearing the future of work, future of work. All of us ordinarily would have gathered together for this program, but everyone in his individual offices or residences, we are on this program now. It's talking about the future of work. A lot of teachers did not expect what happened in the last few months. Little did they know that they will have a situation where they will teach from the comfort of their homes. And that is what we are talking about, prospective competence. Opportunities ahead. How can I position myself and tap into this opportunity? And that will make me relevant, because whether you like it or not, every organization will flow to what is trending. And if you are not well positioned, then you become, if there is downsizing or downsizing, depending on the way you look at it, then such a fellow becomes a victim. New necessities, social media management, e-commerce, digital marketing, digital currency, and what have you, intelligence, artificial intelligence, virtual security. In the comfort of your home, you can advertise your product. A lot of people are making a lot of impact using social media. Programs like this, conferences like this are here on Facebook and what have you. These are new necessities that until you take advantage of these things, you might not be able to realize your competence in terms of your relevance, and you'll not be able to deliver as expected in your organization. Now, for us to be competent in our job and to actually make sure that our competence guarantees our relevance, we need to do this career analysis. What is in the core of this field where I am? As an administrator, what is my core assignment? Who are the people I service? What is the primary thing that I must do? Is my job centered only on covering meetings? Is my job centered only on writing memos, writing reports? Does my job covers servicing councils? All these, you need to look at it. Now, if these are the core of my job, then how can I now increase my competence on this field? Now, what is the future in this field? As an administrator, do you see the future of this field where you are in? These are the career analysis you need to do. Now, what are the limitations of this field? For instance, as an administrator and employee in a tertiary institution, what are the envisaged limitations that you have seen in that field, or that is there and you have no choice than to surmount it or turn it to a stepping stone to achieve your objective? All these things, you need to analyze them. Then what are the emerging threats to this field? Are you in the field of carrying file? For example, if what you do is to carry file from one office to the other, what are the emerging threats? We used to be carrying files in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years or 50 years. For instance, let us look at NIPOST. NIPOST years back, everybody patronized NIPOST. But today, from your office, you send your mail. So there must be an envisaged emerging threat to your field that it gives you the opportunity for a thinking ahead. Now, what can be reinvented in this field? For you to increase your competence and to stay relevant, you must be forward-looking. Yes, this is how we are operating. How can we do it better? What innovation am I bringing on board? What new ideas am I suggesting? This is the way we have been doing it, and this is the result we have been achieving. You can't be doing the same thing over and over and expect to have a different result. All these things we need to analyze. What are the emerging alternatives to my field? As an administrator, is there a possibility that something somehow can replace you? Can technology serve as an alternative? So you need to look at this so that you can now plug yourself. And then, so if this eventually happens, you don't become redundant and you are considered no more useful to the organization. There are some countries that when you enter their airports, the first set of people you meet are robots. It is by the time you are approaching, the exit to enter the country, you now start meeting people, but you will not know. So these are emerging alternatives. So that means that if human beings are being used as ushers, they are being used as front desk officers, then, and already we have a situation where organizations are using robots to interface and to give you information, then it's telling us something, that sooner or later, that position where you think you are an authority there, alternative is already in place. So what are the unsuspecting and untapped area in that field? Now you need to look at it critically. In the field where I am, what are the unsuspecting and untapped area where I can key in and exhibit my competence?
Okay.
What is that?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
We just give you a few minutes to round up. Then the next 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. God
so
bless
core
you.
competence area. So area of silent opportunities, area of popular needs. You need to look at it very well. Do you want to plunge into area of silent? There are some areas where, of course, a lot of people are not there, but you can exhibit your competence there. Area of popular needs, area of diversification, area of revolution, area of threat. Now, in conclusion, I want to say this, that your competence and your relevance is actually tested and brought to fore when there is a crisis. Don't be deceived. Crises happen every now and then. Yes, we are in the COVID-19 era, but whether you like it or not, there are crises here and there, peculiar to organization here and there. But one thing that shows your competence and your relevance is how you navigate during crisis. A pilot is not applauded for flying airplanes seamlessly, but is better appreciated when he flies through turbulence and he landed safely. So if you don't make a difference, which applies to you as an individual and as an organization, then you don't really matter and your relevance is a question. I appreciate the time, attention. Thank you very much, and God bless.
That was a very wonderful one. I put my hands together for you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. A bundle of experience. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
I think, Mr. Bello, you want to summarize what he has said. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Registrar, sir. For those of us that are just joining in, this is still the registry from the Redeemer University, and the theme for this webinar is COVID-19, Tertiary Education Administration in Nigeria. The speaker who is speaking is Mr. Obiyemi, the registrar of the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria. He has loaded us Good morning. A lot of information. And the key thing is all that you said, every one of us do a career analysis. And so you would understand that in all the explanations that he was giving, he was explaining towards the different levels of analysis that we need to do, the things that we need to consider while doing our career analysis. And he also gave us an acronym, IBCP, which is Identity, Based Competence, and Professionalism. And I also want you to remember, just as he said, that certifications without alignment can be likened to a coat of many colors. If you have a car, you understand the critical role of alignment in your or to your vehicle. And also he mentioned that you should create an identity, a commercializable uniqueness. And so my question to you this afternoon is, what is your commercializable uniqueness? Thank you very much one more time, Mr. Obiemi. Please, I'd like us to listen to the following notices. If you're watching in a group, please send the name of your institution and the number of participants to the chat section. So if you're watching in a group, please send the name of your institution and the number of participants to the chat section. Also, while asking your questions through the question and answer button, please state your name and your institution. Please state your name and your institution. Also, the video recording of this webinar will be made available after this event. It will be made available on YouTube, and the YouTube link will be sent to our email addresses. So if you joined in this webinar without registering, please ensure you register, because the link will be sent to our email addresses. And there was a question by Dr. Bola Adekola, the registrar of FUNAB. He asked about a viral video, which is basically talking about a cure to COVID-19. Please check the chat section. You will see the question there. Professor Happy has addressed that question, and he has said that the video is a hoax. So Professor Happy, a renowned professor of molecular biology and genomics, has said that that video is a hoax. And also, if you check through the question and answer section, Dr. Okeni has assisted in answering 2 questions that were asked there. And the answers to those questions is that there is no verifiable or scientific evidence to prove what the individual was asking in those questions. So please keep your questions coming in. I can assure you that we will address all questions. And one of the benefits of a webinar to a physical meeting is that there is an opportunity to answer questions either on the go or when we have intervals like this. Please stay glued to your screens even as we bring you a short video from the Redeemers University.
My name is Ayon Dorothy, and I am a Cameroonian. I'm a graduating student of Redeemers University, and I've been in the school for about 4 years now. I'm using this opportunity to invite my friends from Africa, Europe, and the world at large. If you're looking for a wonderful place to study, a good environment with standard facilities, Redeemers University is the place. J'utilise cette opportunité pour inviter tous mes amis de l'Afrique, de l'Europe et du monde entier. Venez à Redeemers University, c'est une très bonne place. Merci.
Thank you very much. You can see that Redeemers University is a multinational university. We are a diverse university. So we welcome you, peoples of different colors, of different creeds, of different races. Please come and pursue an exciting education in Redeemer's University. Would like to go on now. Registrar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Belus. On board today, we have so many distinguished registrars, serving and retired. I welcome all of you. Our big Oga, former registrar OAU, Mr. Ayorinde Ogunruku is online. Good afternoon, sir. You're welcome. Former registrar EXU, Dr. Mojola Awoshus is also online. You're welcome, sir. Former registrar Unilag, Mrs. Taiwo Ipaye, you are welcome, ma'am. Dr. Bola Adekola, Registrar, Federal University of Agric, Abeokuta, you are welcome, sir. Mrs. Olubunmi Falui, Registrar, University of Ibadan, you are welcome, ma'am. Very shortly, we will give you the opportunity to just say 1 or 2 words to participants. Registrar the Polytechnic Ibadan, Mrs. Fawale, aside from Vice Chancellor Redeemer's University, we have Vice Chancellor King's University. As soon as I have your name, I will announce to every one of us. We also have Registrar Landmark, Mrs. Funke Uniloye, you are welcome. And finally, last but not the least, Registrar Covenant University, Dr. Promise Omidiora, you are welcome, sir. Now I want to welcome Mr. Belus to welcome the next speaker. Is loaded, ready to explode. So, Mr. Belus, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. The topic of the next speaker is crucial to the platform that we're using today. That topic says that the effective use of ICT in a pandemic era, I beg your pardon. And we are using ICT to facilitate this session this afternoon. So you will agree with me that ICT is extremely crucial post-COVID-19. Our speaker this afternoon is Mr. Fred Akintunwa. Mr. Fred Akintunwa is a seasoned ICT and managed service executive with proven track records in solutions development, system management, banking, project and program management, spanning over 2 decades. He was for several years in the banking industry. Mr. Fred is now the MD CEO of Fega Solution Technology and Development Company that specializes in the provision of easy-to-use integrated solutions and platforms that creates fulfillments for individuals and organizations. He holds a BSc in computer science and an MBA, and he's also an alumnus of the prestigious Lagos Business School and Stanford University, USA. He is a member of Computer Professionals of Nigeria, CPN, Nigeria Computer Society, NCS, Information Technology Systems and Security Professionals, ITSSP, and he is a member, board of directors of several organizations. He is also a reputable and much sought after international speaker. Please join me this afternoon as we welcome a handsome looking Mr. Fred Akintunwa.
Good afternoon, sir. It's a great privilege for me to be here this afternoon. I want to say the VC, the registrar, the several registrars on board. It's a privilege for me to be here this afternoon. I count it as honor for me to be here. I'm going to be talking a little about ICT. Please permit me to share my screen so that we can move on. Good. Thank you. Now we're going to be looking at impact of COVID-19 on tertiary education, institutions, administration in Nigeria. My name is Fred, as I've been introduced. And here are what I'm going to be looking at as one of the bases. We're going to be looking at introduction, ICT roles against COVID-19. We're going to be looking at ICT-based initiatives around the world. We're going to be talking about predictions and difficult truth. Then there's a code, as it was in the beginning. Will it be a code that we're going to continue? Then I'll look at my closing remarks. Now, when you look at this, I said the outbreak of this pandemic, COVID-19, all over the world, has disturbed the political, the social, economic, religious, financial, even the educational structure of the whole world. In fact, this is one of the most dangerous things that have harmed the whole global economy, because the world has been experiencing the most difficult economic situation since the Second World War. Now, when you look at this, school closure presents unique problem for the cultures of on-site learning. But UNESCO has said, as of today now, over 80% of the world's students are more in crisis now because they could not really have access to the quote on-site education and on-site learning. Now, let's look at ICT role against COVID-19. Since the world has been fighting this pandemic spread, what has been the role of ICT? One, it has been to enhance public awareness and prevention. It has been on surveillance, diagnosis, then treatment and coordinate response for COVID-19. Thus, we can now say that the intervention of ICT is one of the most effective, widely used and popular mode around the world to fight against this pandemic. Where we are today now, COVID-19 has brought us to this level. We are leveraging on ICT now to see ourselves all over the world. Now, when you look at all these ICT-based initiatives, first, when you look at Professor Happy, he was sharing a slide and he was telling us some dashboard. Today, several people have created several dashboards all over the world to tell us about what is happening. We created one under Fegas here, so that a real-time online service that will tell you the exact situation, the exact figure in every ward, in every nation of what is happening in COVID-19. That's one. Today, we have mobile applications created by several people to be able to look at what do they do. One, they want to look at how they can provide treatment and information services. Also, remote monitoring of corona-infected patients all over the world. Again, the last speaker said some things about the issue of robots. Robots has played a major role in this situation that we find ourselves. Several kinds of robots and drones, like disinfectant robot, we see the one that comes in like virtual human, and industrial robots are being used in several countries for multiple purposes, which part of it is to include transportation of medical supplies, disinfection process, detections of symptoms. In fact, come to a level of patient monitoring, robot and drone have been working. Again, another thing that ICT has also done is the issue of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is played a numerous role to limit the human interactions and involvement in fighting against this pandemic. Services like disease surveillance, early warning and alert, virtual healthcare assistance, diagnosis, and several other things is what AI has been used in these days. Now, data analytics, one of the major aspects that we also need to look at here is that preventive, predictive analysis, all these ones that are being called, all of them are under ICT-based initiative. How to prevent, how to track, how to prevent, and how to predict, and also how to control the response of this COVID-19. Then, if you get to China today, you see wearable technology. Today in Nigeria now, many of us are wearing so many things, but there are some helmet discs now that have been done, whereby it will come in like a detection kit that is coming up from Singapore. There are some that you don't know where. When you wear them, it's like a thermal imaging. It will monitor, also ensure people that are supposed to get to quarantine. Suspected patients, when you are moving around, there's a system now that is being developed. Anywhere you are, if anybody has been tested positive, you can get an alert on the system to let you know what to do. And someone that's supposed to be quarantined that is still working, all things working together under this wearable technology done by ICT. Now we talk about also social media and learning tools. If you look at it today, WHO has partnered with several platforms like Facebook, Twitter. They've been doing so many things to raise awareness and also see how they can be able to prevent the spread of this crisis, this corona crisis all over the world. Now, simulation exercise has been going on and several other things have been going on. Also, we have the one I call IVR, interactive voice response. Today, Google launched one, which a rapid response virtual agent, ASAP, Corona IPR, US, all of them grab this one basically to see how we can be able to be proactive and be responsive to this issue of pandemic. Now, if you look at this my screen, it has told us a lot about this ICT intervention. Talks about the issue of Singapore. I've talked about that. That is the smart MF. You look at data analysis, which include blue dots, digital mapping. Then when you look at the issue of robotics, all these ones are what I just put in here in this little cycle. Now, I'm going in. Prediction and difficult truth. Technocrats and experts have continued to make predictions, especially to regard the global teaching and learning landscape. How will this COVID-19 pandemic alter the future of teaching and learning? It's a question we need to ask ourselves. Now, in answering this question, we need to first of all acknowledge some difficult truths. At this point, we don't know the extent to which this COVID-19 will cause some proportion of schools, colleges, and universities to close down on March. There's a rule now that the final year students, the terminal students, we should resume by next month. Now there is no yet for the universities. We don't know what is the plan. We don't know what we need to do. Now, but you find out the most vulnerable are the fees-paying dependent institutions, particularly the one that is facing demographic-driven decline in demand. Today, if you are going to be depending basically on just school fees, there's something is going to be affecting your school now. If you look at the last session, there was a recession in 2008, which came into a layoff to balance the institutional budget. If you are going to be raising up on school fees as the way to just manage university budget, there's something is wrong somewhere. Good. That takes me to the next one. A court, as it was in the beginning. Can we say it will continue like that? As it was in the beginning, it cannot be so now. And you can be rest assured, it will not be so forever. COVID-19 has challenged the world of teaching and learning. Unfortunately, we must say bye-bye to the old order and adjust to the new normal. The educational legacy and the future that COVID-19 will give us, however, is not entirely bleak. If we look far and hard into the educational post-pandemic landscape, we can glimpse some reasons for optimism. One, I see a future that will impact positively on educational policies. Many people believe that technology is nothing to really write home about. But we have come to a level now whereby technology enabled learning across board. Innovation and paradigm shift is key now. We are looking at this level, it is high time for university to be thinking about what they can do both online and on-site. As I'm talking to you now, I'm a student of Harvard University, online lectures, looking at what is happening and see how I can be able to upgrade myself. I see a post-COVID-19 period that will empower learning to bring knowledge into homes from additional empowerment to deal with distraction. You know, when you look at it before, we said people come from, now people can stay at home and be able to learn. Here we are now, we're in different locations, and yet we're on the same platform, learning. This is what I see post-COVID-19 will do to education sector. And that is why we need to sit down and ask ourselves, what do I need to do? Now, I said online education will be a strategic priority for every institution. One, online learning was never strategic in some schools, in some colleges before COVID-19. Several people just look at computers as just a way to type or to browse. But from what we have seen so far now, everything we have to change from post-COVID era. I see school administrators, I see school board, I see university councils, I see dean and HOD. Then we have to understand that online education now is a potential source for new revenue and cost cuts. I am looking forward to a level whereby the university now say, okay, you can be a student by coming over to the campus to come and learn on site. You can also do it online and you have your certificate. In that level, online education will be recognized as a core to every school plan for institutional resilience and academic continuity. I see university giving online degree and certificate, which will also come as an additional credibility. I see opportunity for us to develop indigenous learning content. I see several processors now coming up, bringing their content to online for people to see. Several of us have done a lot of researches. Several of us have gone far, but yet we have not been able to showcase ourselves to the world. I see post-COVID-19 giving us that privilege and opportunity for us to show ourselves to the world. And that is why online education has come to stay in several institutions, in every institution. And that is why if you don't adapt yourself, you don't make a change and embrace it, it's going to be a major challenge for anybody that is supposed to do that. Now, one big lesson that COVID-19 has taught us is that online learning and technology-based pedagogy is not an option. It should be a culture. School and institution, we have to invest more in developing teachings and learning capability for online mode. Today, we need to now look at how can we bring most of our materials online. Training, the training of teachers and lecturers will be highly important, and technology acquisition is imperative. At this level, it is called for every institution now, at the university, to see how you can be able to enlarge your budget, to bring in more into technology. Because online platform for other learning-related activities, such as payment, today many people see, I wonder why some university will see allow people to go to the bank to go and pay and come up with receipt or come up with teller. I wonder why such a thing will still be happening. I wonder why students will still be able to stay now, they won't be able to do their course online, they won't be able to register online, they won't be able to do their admission processing online. I wonder why some universities are still asking people to come over to decide to come and do that. If I look at some of the universities now, they are not doing matriculation online. I see matriculation online. If I see lecture coming online, I see examination coming online, and I see people graduating even online. And that is why online platform has come to stay. It will be more generally acceptable post-COVID-19. Well, because of time, I want to conclude this. With the expanding use of online education after COVID-19 pandemic, the potential for growth of schools, colleges, and institutions by technology-based pedagogy is predictable. Challenges and drawbacks, such as difficulties in engaging the learners, will continue to be addressed using innovative, multidisciplinary pedagogy. Technology-enabled learning will arise in acceptable teachings and learning modes with potential for flexibility, affordability, and seamless learning. I want to say this at this level. It is high time for every institution to come to this conclusion that every lecturer, you will not just say you are computer literate, you have to be computer embedded. Every lecture has to now be online, everything has to now be computer based. Technology has to now be the one driving everything we need to do in the university. Because if we don't do that, university is supposed to be a research center where we come in and come up with different things that we can be able to do to affect our society. But because we are not really investing, and many of us are not trying to see how we can be able to increase our knowledge and our capability in this area is affecting the society. I see where the university in post-COVID-19 will be able to take the right position so that we can be able to train already. We have to train ourselves to a level that will make impact in our own society. I want to say it here. The train already left the station. Those who do not wish to travel this route, they may need to buy another ticket to Villion. Because if you don't go with this train to destination, you may go into a station. The world will not remain the same after COVID-19. So is the global education, teaching, and learning skill. It is high time for us to ask ourselves, what do I need to do with ICT when it comes to teaching? At this level, there is no way teaching can go. You cannot separate teaching and learning now from ICT. Here we are, Zoom. I'm looking forward to when university will come up to see how we can be able to leverage. How do we digitalize some of your curriculum? Most of the things that you have, some of the old lecture notes, how do we digitalize them? How do we bring most of all this? Because content is the major problem we have in many universities today. We have several universities, we have several professors, we have several lecturers that have so many intellectual property that are very deep, but they are not digitalized. That is why we make ourselves available. We can work with you to see how we can digitalize all these things and make all your students drink from the wealth of your experience, from what you have in the system. Well, I want to say thank you for the privilege you have given to me to be in this webinar. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Wow. That was a good one. That was a good one. I'm tempted to ask whether Fred is also among the prophets. I see. So great things we see ahead. God bless you, sir. I want to thank you for your time, for all the research that you have done. God bless you, sir. Now, Mr. Abelos, I want to summarize what he has said.
Oh, yes, sir. And thank you for calling him a prophet. I actually wrote that down as well, that he is the prophet of our time. Thank you so much, Mr. Akintunwa, for telling us your predictions and also an objective analysis of the current situation. For those just joining us, Mr. Fred talked about key pain-dependent institutions will be the most hit from the COVID-19 pandemic. He, however, said it is a time for us all to say bye-bye to the old normal in teaching and learning and embrace the new normal. He talked about the fact that online education will now be recognized as a core in the world of learning and teaching. He also mentioned that online education will be a revenue generator. And so I believe that a lot of institutions are beginning to explore into the possibilities for increasing revenue through online education. Mr. Fred also mentioned that post-COVID-19 is now an opportunity for academics to showcase themselves to the world. He also said that e-learning is not an option. It should be a culture. Mr. Fred further said, even as he was rounding off, he said that everything must now be computer embedded. And then he gave what I describe as a chain process. He said applications are now done online, matriculations are now done online, learning is now done online, examinations are being done online, and graduation as well will also be done online. So we can see an end-to-end online environment for teaching and learning. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to let us know that our facilitators will be present online. If you check the Q&A section, they are there to answer your question. So if you have any question, please do not use the raise hand button. Please use the question and answer button. Ask your questions there, and our facilitators will respond accordingly. And the interesting thing about it is that everyone can see the questions and they can also see the answers. So just for want of time, we would use that section to accommodate questions and answers. Once again, if you're watching in a group setting, please send the name of your institution and the number of participants. If you have not registered for this webinar before now, please do so. If you check the chat section, the registration link is there so that you can get the link for the recording of this webinar.
Thank you, Mr. Abelos. We are moving on. While Mr. Akintunwa was presenting, Acting Registrar, Bowen University, joined us, Mr. Ilupeju. You're welcome on board. The next presentation is going to be done by a teacher of teachers, a medical doctor of note. He worked with us since 2014, pro bono. A man of God that fears God. We want to appreciate God for your life, sir. Dr. Peter Ajayi, he will be speaking to us on safety, wellness, and sound health in workplaces in an uncertain area, in an uncertain era. I want to tell you that what is sent to me, what he's about to present is so bulky that I asked him to shorten everything. And he's going to be speaking to us in the next 15 minutes. Dr. Peter Ajayi will be presented to us by Mr. Belos. Mr. Belos.
Thank you, the registrar, sir. Dr. Ajayi is the Chief Executive Officer of WHS Consultancy Limited, meaning Workplace Health Solutions Limited. He is a general surgeon and an occupational health consultant. He's also a volunteer at the Redeemers University, Ede, in Osun State. He attended the University of Ibadan, where he obtained MBBS with distinction in 1982. After this, he got an MBA from the University of Liverpool and then a DocMed from Royal College of Physicians, United Kingdom. He also got a Master in Public Health from the University of Benin. Dr. Ajayi is a fellow, West African Postgraduate College of Surgeons. He is a fellow, International College of Surgeons, and member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. After a brief stint at the Obado University, Ile-Ife, he joined Chevron West Africa Limited, where he retired as a medical doctor. He is currently into medical consultancy and private practice. He is one of our own. Please welcome with me this afternoon our very dear Dr. Peter Ajayi. Kindly unmute yourself.
Okay, I have done. Thank you very much, and I'm pleased to be here today. The Vice Chancellor, Registrar, other principal officers, and distinguished participants. It's really great opportunity to be here today, and I can tell you I've learned a lot of lessons, a lot of things from the previous speakers. I'll quickly share my slides, my screen with you. I was told I had 20 minutes, but if it's 15 minutes, I'll run through the slides very quickly. Okay. I think we've been very serious since morning, and so maybe we should just laugh a little. I saw a video clip in which one young man was hawking face masks. And he said he had face masks for COVID-19, he had for COVID-20, and then he had a face mask that cures COVID-19 and 20. So it depends on what you want to buy. If you bought the one that cures, you just wear it for a few days and it cures the virus completely. But that tells you much about what has been happening. A lot of things are coming up. A lot of people are coming up with all kinds of ideas. God will help us. One of the speakers told us I have a VUCA workplace. It's actually a VUCA world now, characterized by volatility, uncertainty, increasing complexity, and ambiguity. So many things are happening, and very rapidly too. A lot of problems in the whole world today, but COVID-19 appears to be the biggest challenge that we've had in the last few years. We've learned so much about COVID-19 today, but I will highlight a few things before I move on to health and wellness program. From the time it was first reported to the time it was declared a pandemic was just a question of 3 months. So that tells you how rapidly it has progressed. And this slide shows you the current state, where we have about 16.3 million people already infected and about 651,000 deaths already. The case fatality rate is about 4%. But if you compare with the previous coronavirus pandemics, you will see that this particular one has a lot of capability to spread and to infect people. SARS in 2002, there were a total of 8,098 cases, 784 deaths, but had a high mortality of 10%, a high fatality rate. The Middle East Respiratory Syndrome in 2012, there were just 2,494 cases and 858 dead. But look at COVID-19. In the span of 7 months, we already have 16 million people. So it's a virus that we need to take seriously. Unfortunately, a lot of people still don't believe that it is real. But from all that we know now, it is real. I've lost a couple of doctor friends to this disease, and I know that it's not a joke at all. Well, this is statistics for Nigeria. We have 41,180 and then 860 deaths. The problem that I have with our statistics in Nigeria is that we're not testing enough. And so these figures may just be the tip of the iceberg. US, for instance, as of last week, had tested about 140 million people. So you can see the difference between, we have tested about 270,000, I hope it's up to that, and America has tested 140 million. So the reason we're seeing more cases in America today is because they are picking them up. The other problem is that a lot of people have the disease or are infected and may never know except they are tested. And that compounds the whole problem. And that's one of the reasons we need to take this more serious. Some people are at high risk of COVID-19 related complications, such as older adults, people over 50, people who have serious underlying health conditions. And that's the need for us to talk about health in general. Your state of health before you have another disease, or before the pandemic, really determines how you fare and will determine the outcome. So if, for instance, you were very healthy and you did not have any of these underlying diseases, or you had them but were properly managed, you're likely to fare well in a disease like this pandemic. Obesity has also recently been shown to be a risk factor for complications. So there's also a need for people to watch their weight and shed as much as they can. I won't talk about the symptoms because that has been covered in some of the previous presentations by Professor Happy. But this tells you that the spectrum of clinical symptoms is very wide, and there's no end to it now because the disease is still very new to us. And already you can see virtually anything that you can think about has been reported as a symptom of COVID-19. In a lot of series, majority of people have mild disease, up to 80–90%. And we're hoping that more and more people will recover. About 10 to 15% have severe disease, which means that they have lung involvement and they're not able to breathe well. About 5% usually will be critical, and 2 to 4% will die. But that's the situation now. I'm sure that when we get more drugs and more vaccines, this case fatality rate will go down. But the reason we are very careful about COVID-19 today is that we still don't know so many things about it. We don't know whether people who recover will develop durable and effective immunity. So the fact that somebody has recovered now does not mean that he already has immunity to the disease. We still don't know the chronic long-term health effects, even after recovery, because some of the viruses that we've dealt with in the past still come from the latent state and cause problems. So we don't know what COVID-19 will do, considering its capability to infect people. We don't know how long it takes for people to get back to normal, even after the infection and recovery, and for how long they continue to share this virus. We know that from most series, about 20 to 40% of positive persons, especially the young ones, have no symptoms at all, and they are still able to transmit the infection. Even people who have symptoms started infecting people, started transmitting even before the symptoms appeared. So the positive cases that we're recording are actually just the tip of the iceberg, because we don't know so many people who are walking around who already have the virus. And then the theory about airborne transmission makes it even more complex, in that it means that the virus can be in the air for some time and can be inhaled. A lot of persons are infected and will not know except they get tested. Some people are more susceptible to suffering a more serious case, but we must say that young people, including children and infants, have died. Even very healthy people have died from this virus for unexplained reasons. So it is important for everybody to know that whether you are young or old, you are not totally free from this disease, and you need to protect yourself. There are very few drugs in use, certified, approved for use. There are just two of them that I wrote here, dexamethasone and remdesivir. And these ones usually protect or are useful in people who are older and have severe infection. There was a comment on the viral about hydroxychloroquine. I'll talk about that later, but I can just quickly mention that chloroquine was banned in Nigeria about 10, 12 years ago. And if we're going to start using it for anything else, it needs to go through a trial, which is what Nigeria is doing now. You can't just pick a drug and then start using it. The lady in the US who was featured in that video, we can actually say was unethical because you are licensed to practice by a body, and that body gives you guidelines. So you can't just walk to the public and say you have treated 300 people and you think hydroxychloroquine is a drug to use. Anyway, that's by the side. So it's not licensed for use yet. In fact, WHO stopped its own clinical trial midway because they thought that it was not useful enough and the complications were too many. So we're going to wait until the Nigerian trial comes out, and then we'll be able to say whether it will be useful. There's a lot of work going on to find some more direct antiviral drugs and some monoclonal antibodies. Vaccines may not become available until the end of the year or beginning of next year, so we still have to wait. Yeah, this is the slide I was talking about. The drugs currently licensed for use, remdesivir, which is a broad-spectrum antiviral agent, and dexamethasone is steroid. Both of them are very useful in moderate to severe infections. Drugs endorsed for COVID-19 clinical trials in Nigeria, hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine. Some drugs that have been used empirically, azithromycin is very commonly used, an antibiotic. It has no effect on the virus, but it may treat underlying or accompanying bacterial infection. Zinc has also been commonly used because it's thought to help the immune system. Vitamin C is all over the place, but the safe thing to take is like eating. There are several herbal preparations. Professor Happy talked about some of them, garlic, ginger, which a lot of people are taking. Some of these are not necessarily dangerous to health, but they may not have all the effects that people claim that they have. The other things that are used are drugs to relieve symptoms and other supportive care. So till to date, we can't really say that we have a drug that can cure COVID-19. But a lot of work is going on, and we're hoping that when the vaccine comes handy, it will solve a lot of problems. For tertiary institutions, Mrs. Akin Yemiju has talked a lot about this, and I don't think I should talk more. But a few things that we should consider is that in institutions generally, most students are young, physically active and healthy. So they're not usually the problem. The problem we can have from students is that they may be carriers without our knowing. Most academic and administrative staff are relatively older. So whatever we do, there must be strategies in place to protect the vulnerable persons. I will not repeat most of the things that we already had. But testing capability must be escalated in Nigeria as a whole so that we can pick people up before they go on to develop symptoms. Protective devices must be available in all our institutions. Face masks are going to be the order of the day for a long time. The other things have been talked about, and I will not necessarily go through them. We are familiar with what the baseline precautions are: frequent hand washing or hand sanitizer use, physical distancing, reduced social and public contact or interaction, wearing face mask or covering, cover your sneeze, avoid touching your face, sanitize frequently touched surfaces, most of which we have heard. There was one woman that I saw on the social media who wore the typical face mask that covered the whole face and just had apertures for the eyes. And she was surprised to see that other people were wearing simple face coverings and not face masks. Anyway, face masks are going to be with us for a long time. Now, let's talk about health, wellness, and well-being. The reason this is important is because your baseline health determines the outcome of any new infection that you have. And as I said earlier, if you are healthy, fit, and you don't have any underlying medical condition, or you are managing it well, the outcome of any viral infection that you have is likely to be fair or good. But a lot of people have health concerns. A lot of people don't even know what problems they have. And that usually is a problem. apart from the baseline health, there are some other physiological changes associated with aging. And that's why a lot of older people are succumbing, because the physiological capacity reduces. They also have a lot of morbidity, a lot of diseases that accompany the old age. And most of them don't manage their chronic medical conditions well, such as diabetes and hypertension. If I do know that a lot of people walk around who actually have these diseases and don't know, because many of them don't produce symptoms early. Hypertension, for instance, if you're waiting to have symptoms before you know it, then you're likely to be presenting with some complications of it, because it's usually described as a silent killer. So health, wellness, and well-being, very, very important. You need to stay healthy. That's the only way your body can fight off any illness that comes into your, that infects you. The WHO defines health as a complete physical, a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. You can see from the definition that the ultimate aim is well-being. So well-being is the state that we desire, being comfortable, healthy, feeling good, and functioning well. Wellness are the actions that we take to attain well-being. And the next slide shows a diagrammatic representation of that. So the peak is what we are looking for. We want to have a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being. Health is the foundation, and wellness are the processes that you take to achieve your well-being. There are so many things that determine our health, state of health. So many of them, there are just 12 that are captured here. Income and social status, social support networks, education and literacy, employment, working conditions, social environment, physical environment, personal health practices, and coping skills. As you see later, this is about the most important of them, especially lifestyle choices, because this impact almost all the other ones. And we'll just talk a little bit about these determinants of health. But of all the determinants, you can see that lifestyle and nutrition, the environment, and generics, and the support system are the 5 key core determinants that we need to look at. But lifestyle, if you pay attention to lifestyle, you can virtually take care of 70 to 80 or more % of health challenges that we have. So if there's one message that we need to take away, is the lifestyle choices. Lifestyle, we'll talk a little bit about lifestyle. There are some dimensions of wellness: physical dimensions, social, spiritual. I'm not going to go through all this, but these are areas that you need to do one thing or the other in order to attain the well-being that we talked about. There are certain things that we all should, especially adults, and especially people who are in the 40, 50 age bracket. There are certain numbers that you need to know on your fingertips or you have in your diary. The body mass index is very important. It's based on your weight and height. And you can see the normal ranges here. Usually when you're obese or you have a BMI of greater than 30, you are more susceptible to a lot of problems. In fact, most medical conditions that I know are related to obesity. So if you can take care of obesity, you would have taken care of a lot of issues. Recently, it has become obvious that obesity is a risk factor for COVID-19 complications. So obesity is very important. Blood pressure. People who are 50 and above should check their blood pressure at least once in a year. If you're on drugs, you need to check your blood pressure more frequently. Any blood pressure that's above 120/80, you need to take seriously. But most often we get worried when blood pressure is 140/90 or more. That's in millimeters of mercury. So blood pressure is very important. It's a very important key to heart health. And in Nigeria, a lot of the heart all over the world, a lot of problems that we have with hypertension is that it can predispose to cardiovascular problems, heart diseases. Cholesterol is also very important. It's a direct contributor to cardiovascular health, which can lead to stroke and heart attacks. You need to check your cholesterol level regularly. An adult, you need to check it at least once in a year. Fortunately, you can modify your cholesterol level by exercise. Exercise and diet are very, very important. It's only when exercise and diet are not able to control blood pressure that you need to take medication. Fasting blood sugar is very important. A lot of people are diabetic and don't know. And most often by the time we see them in hospital, they already have complications of diabetes. And diabetes is something that affects almost all parts of the body, including the kidneys. For a lot of people who have kidney problems have also hypertension and diabetes. So these are figures that everybody needs to know regularly. You should have it on your fingertip. You must endeavor to know it. You must follow up on it. There are some other important parameters like bone density, people who are prone to osteoporosis, liver function tests. In men who are 50 and above, PSA is very important. That's prostate-specific antigen. The electrolytes and urea and creatinine. In women, mammogram and pap smear are also very important. What are some of these positive lifestyle choices that we talked about already? Regular physical activity, at least 5 days in a week. I hear a lot of people say they don't have time to exercise, and I don't believe them because the recommendation is that you exercise at least 150 minutes a week, 150. And if you calculate the number of minutes you have in a week, it's over 10,000. So spending 150 minutes a week to exercise out of 10,000 minutes is very little. Healthy eating, balanced diet is very important. Getting sufficient sleep. A lot of people don't sleep enough. The recommended number of hours is 7 to 9 hours. We need to balance work and other family and life commitments. Make time for relaxation and leisure pursuits. Practice good personal hygiene. We already heard about that this morning. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Manage stress and emotions. Have a positive attitude to life and issues. Avoid or minimize harmful habits, smoking, drinking alcohol, taking drugs. Then manage risks in the environment, such as road safety, fire prevention, and others. And then a support system for the concerns that you may have. You must have somebody that you can talk to when you feel stressed or you're undergoing a lot of issues. Now, workplace safety is important because it's related to health. A safe workplace will protect the individuals who work there or people who come there from the hazards in the environment. So it's something that can prevent injury and illness. And organizations must spend time and money planning on workplace safety. It is the right of employees to have safety in the workplace. And there are a lot of advantages in having a robust workplace safety program. It reduces risk of injury and illness at work. It ensures that when employees returning home, he's feeling as great as when he started in the morning. And one basic thing that needs to be done, because workplaces are different, you need to do a professional workplace risk assessment to identify the potential risks in the workplace. There are several hazards, biological hazards, general safety hazards that can affect anybody in the workplace, physical hazards, ergonomic hazards are very important, especially for administrators and people who sit for prolonged periods and pound away at the laptop. Workload hazards, that's also very important. A lot of people are so overworked that it ends up affecting their morale. Safety is important because of various reasons. Prevents injury and death, prevents corporate financial loss from property damage and disruptions, increases worker productivity and reduces absenteeism, enhances corporate reputation and public relations. Then it also ensures that work premises are kept to higher standards. And then compensation claims and insurance claims also reduce. There are a lot of safety tips that you can, if you just Google safety tips on the computer, on the internet, there's so many, but I just picked a few of them. for people who work in the academic environment, taking frequent short breaks are very important, especially when you need to sit for a long meeting. It's recommended that for every hour that you sit, that you get up for a few minutes to stretch your legs. Sitting is a very dangerous position. Standing is better, lying down is better. So don't sit for too long. Wear protective equipment to suit the task. So if you're a doctor, we expect that you wear your gloves and necessary things. Avoid alcohol and drugs. And then following correct procedures, particularly people who work in engineering departments. Clean and organize your workspace. Make it clutter-free. Be attentive to, at all times, to your environment, to your surroundings. Look at what people are doing and ensure that they are not doing things that can also harm you. Keep an eye on the floor to avoid trips. Use appropriate tools, use seat belts. These look like common sense things, but a lot of people don't do them. And these safety tips are very important to protect all of us. A lot of things that organizations should do to improve safety in their workplace. There should be communication to employees to continually create awareness. Employees should be empowered to change behavior through health education. We must have a safety committee and safety plan. We heard that earlier today. So the COVID-19 committee or team can actually work also with the safety team. We need to provide training for our employees, particularly safety training, first aid training. We need to develop emergency preparedness and response plans. It's the key thing that organizations overlook. And when an accident occurs, when an emergency occurs, people don't know what to do. People don't know where to go to. People don't know how they can make a difference to it. So there's need to have a properly documented emergency preparedness and response plan. We need to invest more in people and safety and wellness programs. We need to encourage healthy life choices. We need to build capacity in healthcare delivery. Institutions should invest more in their health facilities. We already know that we cannot rely on government hospitals. Most of the teaching hospitals, are not really functioning as much as they should. If you develop your own healthcare delivery system, you have better control over what is done there. And it's important to create a psychologically safe work environment where people are free to talk and to give feedback and to bear their minds on things that are happening. There are a lot of wellness programs that organizations can also do. The wellness program, what it does is to make the workplace a better place, more lively place to work in. It increases productivity, reduces health risks, contributes to a happier, wealthy, healthier workplace. It's one way of showing to your employees that you value them. There are a lot of things that you can do. Health education, provision of a fitness center or access to a local fitness center is very important. It's good to have a gym in your facility where people can be encouraged to physically exercise themselves. There must be company policies that promote healthy behavior, and then employee insurance coverage for appropriate preventive screenings. We must encourage people who are 50 and above to do regular health screening at least once in a year. Most often, organizations can help by subsidizing this. Then we can also make healthy food available in our cafeterias and canteens so that people get used to what healthy eating may be. A lot of workplace wellness programs are available. You may just be walking during break, the gym, catering facilities. When we have meetings, we can actually provide fruits and other healthy snacks rather than the pastries that we sell. Organize awareness campaigns on various topics, remind employees to stay hydrated, and if possible, install water fountains, allow flex hours. Well, that is already happening now with COVID-19. I think people are getting used to now working from home, and we can achieve a lot of things by actually working from home. It's going to really change the way we do things. Put up posters that illustrate a desk stretching routine. I have a few pictures that you can look at later, how you can exercise yourself right in your office. So what are the things that you need to do to take charge of your health. Firstly, stay safe and abide by all CDC recommendations. COVID-19 is a serious issue. Serious because a lot of people are walking around that may be infected and you never know, and they are capable of transmitting it. So until we get treatment for it and vaccines are available, you must assume that the person next to you may actually have COVID-19 and can transmit it to you. So you need to protect yourself and your loved ones. One thing that we should do regularly, especially people who are 50 and above, is to ensure that we undergo regular preventive health screening for early detection and management of health issues. If there's one thing that we need to do regularly, it's exercise. Exercise is good for everybody, whether you are young or old, whether you're slim or fat. Exercise improves your state of health. And in situations like this, you need a fit body to be able to fight diseases. Healthy eating, I talked about it, maintain a positive attitude to life, and laugh more. Laugh more because COVID-19 will soon become history and we'll get our lives back. What should we do? I already talked about this, but I'm emphasizing it. And that's why I'm showing this slide again. Until we have all the information that we need to understand COVID-19, you must protect yourself. Young people have died, children have died, healthy people have died. So nobody is immune. And these baseline precautions are very simple to abide by. And that's why lifestyle choices are very important. So it's a choice that you can make to either do these things or ignore them. But I will advise that this is something that we all should do until we have a better cure for this disease. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm not able to go beyond this because of time constraints, but if there are any questions, I'm sure we'll be able to discuss them. I have some pictures at the back which you can look at, how you can exercise yourself in the workplace, and you can do this without having to leave your office. So there's no excuse really for saying that you don't have time for exercise. You can write in your office, exercise yourself. If there are two things that we need to do very well: exercise yourself regularly, eat healthy. One problem that we usually have about eating is that we eat late, especially people in Lagos. People may be eating their dinner at 11 p.m. and then they go to sleep with a meal. That is very dangerous. Your last meal in the day shouldn't be beyond 6, 7 p.m. so that you can have a lot of time before you go back to sleep. And thank you for your attention. It's been an opportunity to be with you.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. I want to try my own too. So, all participants at home, I'm sure you want to exercise your body. Wow. A round of applause for Dr. Ajayi. Thank you so much for all you have been able to tell us. I want to believe that in August, you will be our August speaker then. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
Amen.
Yeah, I guess we are getting to the final part of this webinar, securing the stakeholders' confidence. We have kept all of our speakers waiting. In a little while, we will bring them on. But let me recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Atoye, Acting Registrar, Crawford University, Gbesa. Dr. Jadesola Babatola, Registrar, Federal Polytechnic, Woke, Bayelsa State. One of us who is showing and flying our flag in Lagos State University, Dr. Lai Emmanuel Adebayo, our former university librarian, and is doing excellently well in LASU now. Thank you for being part of this webinar. Our own acting university librarian is also here, Dr. Akini Yadeleke. Thank you for being there. The acting registrar, College of Air Technology, Jero, Mrs. Caroline Ogunshakin. Thank you for being there. I want to call on Mr. Bellows to give just a summary of what we have all heard from Dr. Ajayi.
Thank you very much, the registrar. Dr. Peter Ajayi gave us an exciting session talking about workplace safety. He talked about how we can improve safety in the workplace and all. He made a few notable comments, one of which he admonished us to laugh regularly. So please laugh whenever you laugh. Also, he told us to drink water regularly. And here you have members. This is our water here in the university. This is the best water that you can find anywhere around. So drink lots of water. We also know numbers. BMI, fasting blood level. You should know that you can use to know some of these numbers. You don't have to wait for your bookie to pass by your street and you pay him 10 naira. Step on his skill. Skills are readily available for us to use, and there are other facilities as well. He also emphasized on the determinants of health, and he said our lifestyle choices are critical, they are important. Apart from environment, genetics, and other factors, but then our lifestyle choices are important. He also told us that face masks will be with us for a very, very long time. So once again, we say a very big thank you to Dr. Peter Ajayi for this exciting session. I'll be going on a short break. Please stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
My name is Dorothy, and I am a Cameroonian. I'm a graduating student of Redeemer's University, and I've been in the school for about 4 years now. I'm using this opportunity to invite my friends from Africa, Europe, and the world at large. If you're looking for a wonderful place to study, a good environment with standard facilities, Redeemer's University is the place. J'utilise cette opportunité pour inviter tous mes amis de l'Afrique, de l'Europe et du monde entier. Venez à Redeemer's University, c'est une très bonne place. Merci.
Thank you for being there. Securing the stakeholders' confidence. We have been missing our students since March. The university has never been the same. And so we'll be welcoming the students' president, Ms. Isabella Solomon. I'm sure you want to, fellows, I'm sure you want to talk on her. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Isabella Solomon is a student, a final year student in the Department of Mass Communication here at Redeemer's University. She is the president of the Redeemer's University Students Association, and permit me to let us know that she is the first female president of that association since inception in 2005. And so please join me as I welcome Ms. Isabella Solomon for the next few minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Femi. All protocol duly observed. I would like to greatly thank the Vice Chancellor of Redeemer's University for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the registrar for this amazing platform. I've been able to learn and unlearn. It's been so educative and informative. Thank you very much. My name is Solomon Isabella, and I'm president of Student Union. I would just want to talk about the impact of COVID-19, really considering the student perspective. Before I go further, I would like to start with a quote, and this quote is by Deepak Chopra. It says, all great changes are preceded by chaos. Now, it's no news to us that the virus has caused death, it has caused closure of businesses, it has caused loss of jobs, it has even put a halt in the academic session. This is something that we understand, that we need to understand now that it's time for us to adapt to these changes. While I was preparing for this, I had to speak to fellow students and to also understand and know the impact of this virus on their learning perspective. So for some students, they complained about data, some talked about network, some talked about family interference, some talked about so many factors. But I'll start with the family interference. And this is actually because most parents understand that millennials were always on our phones, and it's hard to even believe that we're learning where we say we are learning. And when it comes to the problem of data, I would like to really appreciate Redeemers University because they provided data for students for a particular period of time to learn. But even with data being made available, there was still the problem of network due to different environments and locations where we live in Nigeria. For some people, they found it so hard to adapt to this change because they've been used to learning in the confines of a classroom over the years, and it's hard for them to start learning from their phones or their laptops at home. I would say that it's no longer wise to fight the change, but to find a way to adapt and make sure that we can make the best of this time. Now we have moved learning online, we have moved examinations online, we have sent our projects to our supervisors online, and everything has basically moved online. This is actually showing us that there are so many things that we didn't pay attention to, but now we can see them. In terms of the infrastructure, ICT that's made available, for some particular people, they didn't know anything about the Zoom app up until now. But now we have to learn to use it for webinars, classes, coaches, etc. So I believe that the impact of the virus has really changed how we see ICT, how we use these technologies, and how learning is done generally. I have a few recommendations, and I'll start by saying this particularly is for the lecturers, the people that are teaching students directly, that even if learning has moved online, there should also still remain the human relationship should also still remain effective. Now, when we're in school and we have a lecture, our lecturers ask questions and people raise up their hands to answer these questions. But now that we're learning online, some students just come to write their attendance, they just come to show face, and they really don't pick anything from the class. Now, it's important that the lecturers go the extra mile to reach out to the students to really know if they understand, ask them to put out their contribution like they would if they were learning in a classroom. I also like to say that it's important to create systems that are adaptable and resilient and can serve as an asset during a change. Now we can see how everything is happening. We have laid so much importance and emphasis on ICT. I personally had no business with Zoom until now. This time has shown us that we know that the world is a global village, but we didn't take it as serious as now that we actually see a pandemic, and it has caused a change in how we're learning. Lastly, I'd like to say that we need to reduce our dependence on physical systems. Now, it's amazing that in Redeemers University, for example, we have amazing structures. We have labs, we have all of these things. But now we can't even access these things, no matter how amazing they are, because we're at home. So we need to understand that we put so much dependence on these physical systems that we actually didn't look out for systems online to help or facilitate learning. I believe that online learning is here to stay, and its importance is going to keep growing. Meaning that even when the pandemic is over, it wouldn't change, the emphasis that has been put in online learning wouldn't change. We will still keep learning online. We'll keep using these online platforms to gain knowledge. I would say that this pandemic for me personally has given me time for personal growth, has given me time to focus on projects, to think of life after school, to build relationships with people around me, and just basically make the most of my time. For some students, this is not the case because they still cannot adapt to the change. Some of these students find it so hard to show up for classes. Why? They are used to learning they find it hard to show up online because they're used to learning in a class. And for some people, they literally told me that this has affected their mental health. Some people believe that by now they should be calling themselves graduates, but that's not the case. By now, my parents should be preparing to come and say, oh, my daughter is graduating, but now I'm still home trying to write my exams that are coming up real soon. I believe that it's a time, like we need to learn not to fight this change, but to make the most of the change. I try to encourage students, build their confidence by reaching out to them consistently as much as I can. As an organization, we try to organize activities that foster student creativity, the things that we normally do during our association week or normal times in school, just to make them feel like everything is still happening fine. We cannot lie that things will never remain the same based on this pandemic. But we can also make sure that when it's over, we can look back and hold on to specific things that we're able to achieve, even with the pandemic. Lastly, I also want to talk about, I talked about the recommendation, I've talked about the challenges. I really want to speak to parents, because I know that a lot of people on this call, on this webinar, are parents. Please encourage us during this time, because most of us, social media is our home. We sleep there, we spend a lot of time on social media, and sometimes it's not easy to be reminded of the fact that you're a student. But when you have your parents come in and say, oh, what have you learned today? What are you doing? It puts some sort of reminder to you that, oh, I'm still a student, let me do the needful. I would say that this has changed learning all over the world. I never thought that I would spend so much time using certain apps to get productive things done. I'm used to writing down a lot of things, but now there is no room for writing. I have to use the internet, I have to use facilities just to get things done. I really want to also thank Redeemers University once more, especially the Vice Chancellor, because even in this time, he has tried his possible best to be close to us. We send in complaints and we get responses. Now this makes it bearable. Imagine a situation whereby students are sending in complaints to the registrar or to the Vice Chancellor, to the lecturers, and nobody's saying anything. It will make the process harder. And this takes me back to what I said about having still bringing the human touch, even if we're online. It's important to also reach out to students the way we reach out to them, even when there was no pandemic. I believe that this is all I have to say. I don't want to take too much of our time, but I really want us to have it in mind that change doesn't take permission. Change does not ask you, should this thing happen or not? Change just happens. And it's our job to adapt. Change can come forcefully, like tidal wave, or creep along. It doesn't ask, are you ready? We have to be ready. We have to set ourselves for this change. We have to know that it's a time for us to look inward and actually develop ourselves. It's a time to learn so many things. It's a time to build our relationship with God. It's a time to build in faith, and it's a time to build in skills and every good thing that we can spend our time doing. Thank you so much, Registrar and the Registry, for this great platform. I am so blessed and I'm so informed today. I'm grateful for this opportunity. To all Redeemers University students watching this, I'll keep encouraging you. Our exams are coming up soon, and trust me, this will be your best semester yet. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Wow. Oh, we are just happy. God bless you, Solomon. I want to put this on quote. Change doesn't ask for permission. Isabella Solomon, 2020. God bless you. We are proud of it. And we are missing you. Yes, Bello, you can go ahead now and
thank you very much.
Summarize.
Thank you so much, Isabella. Isabella has debunked the myth today to a lot of people who still believe that graduates of private universities are not up to the task. You can see Isabella Solomon, the president of the University Students Association, dishing it out to us point by point by point. Thank you so much once again. The key word that she said in her address is that don't fight the change, adapt to the change. She talked about some of the challenges their students faced in the wake of learning at home during this COVID-19 pandemic. She talked about family interference. She talked about data, which she also acknowledged the fact that the Redeemers University provides a tablet for each student and also provides data for each student every month as well. That is a wonderful development for the university and for e-learning in general. She also mentioned the fact that now we are paying attention to the things that we ignored before now, and that even though we knew that the world is a global village, the reality of that globalization is just hitting on all of us right now. She also mentioned the fact that mental health of students is being affected, and that draws credence to the point made by Mrs. Adu earlier on the need for institutions to set up committees or subcommittees that would take care of the mental health of the students upon their resumption. So one more time, I say a very big Thank you to you.
Thank you, thank you. I can see our alumni president is waiting anxiously to come on. Thank you, but before you, we will bring Dr. John Okeni, the chairman, Redeemers University Family Forum. Bello, you have something to say?
Yes.
To bring Dr. Okeni on board.
Sir. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. John Akintunde Okeni is a human physiologist and a consultant pediatric cardiologist with interest in infant care. He is a member of many professional bodies, a fellow of the West African College of Physicians, and a Heinz Visiting Fellow at the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health of London. He is a lecturer, professor in pediatrics and child health with over 50 academic publications at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. He has supervised the professional training of several pediatricians. He is an examiner to several universities, as well as to the West African College of Physicians. Dr. Okeni is the chairman of the Redeemers University Family Forum. And so please join me this afternoon for the next few minutes as we welcome Dr. Okeni.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to ask a question, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Very well, sir.
So I would like to thank everybody, the university, the registry, and particularly the very last speaker, because the key thing that makes it a university is that we have students. So the key factor there is not really about the teachers or we, the parents or the staff. It is the perspective of the student that really matters the most. And Isabella, God will continue to prosper you. And that goes to every other student from you. Now, I am speaking as a parent, not as a lecturer per se, which I am also one. And education really is the most important thing that is our responsibility to our children. The good book says we should teach our children the way to go, and when they grow up, they will not depart from it. That includes their professional training and every other thing. Education is not supposed to be the singular responsibility of parents, but it's the society as a whole. But you and I can agree that government is progressively failing worldwide, but more so in our country. Basic education is a fundamental human right. The ability to read and write and know basic arithmetic. And everywhere in the world, tertiary education is deemed elitist. So it's generally more expensive and is more driven by passion to learn rather than just making it available to everybody. Being expensive, somebody has to pay. And for most persons, it's either parents-driven or loan-driven or self-driven, where you are learning and also working pari passu, so makes it a bit expensive. Which university or which tertiary institution? I am sorry to other persons that might be listening. I coned on university rather than various forms of tertiary institutions. But if I use the university to buttress the thing in Nigeria, tertiary education is is still very young in our society. Unlike Egypt and other central parts of Africa, like the Timbuktu and things like that, where we know that they had universities in 15th century and things like that. Our first university here in Nigeria was just 1948. And it took about 60 years or so to have a private institution. But in less than 20 years after the first private institution, the story has changed, that the preponderance now of universities in Nigeria are private. A few of them are now government. You will see that the states, we have 36 states, but we have many more universities than states. Like the state of Osun, where I am in, there are 2 universities being run by the state jointly with the Oyo State, and the problem of funding comes in. So as a parent, there are many things we consider before we choose which school to make our wards go to. Are the academic calendar is irregular? Are the programs accredited? Then we used to think of the serenity of the environment and things like that. This COVID era will really make nonsense of that. Is there cultism and bullying? How can I afford it? Most Nigerians that have the means now think of going out of the country to study. But again, the COVID pandemic has made nonsense of this. People are trapped and can't travel, or those that are traveled can come back home, remittance of payments, etc. Countries are saying now if the programs will go online, then you have no business coming to our country or staying there and having visas. So a lot of things will be leveled globally in this new era we are entering. There are other issues, ICT and security and mentorship. There are many more things, but I've asked parents around me about what factors make you choose a school. Since this pandemic has come in, a lot of disruption has happened. Change that we all look like is all bad. But at the end of the day, we'll see that it is from the ashes of this, like the phoenix, that positivity must come out of it. All these other pieces that are written here look like really damaging things. The pandemic, the paranoia, the pandemonium, and the poverty. Funding of education is now limited. I know for certainty, during this pandemic, we've lost members of the university staff, academic and non-academic. We've lost parents, we've lost students. The social interaction that the university campus life is gone all of a sudden, just overnight. I remember the day I called my children that I'm coming to pick you. They said, Daddy, but we just resumed. But I was thinking ahead that this COVID is going to be a disaster. I said they should pack all their luggage. They packed only half. But I do not know whenever, if ever, there will be chance within a year of physical resumption. These other things now stare us in the eye. COVID-19 is real. It has disrupted tertiary education. Campus life is gone. How do we admit new children? Parents are extremely anxious. How are their children going to be admitted? We have children who are now in limbo between SS3 or higher school certificate, trying to get into the universities. The universities have not yet graduated those, and new sessions have not come in. Examinations have become an impossibility. Courses that have practical demonstrations, dissertations, the social life, all gone. As parents, we all look forward, like Isabella said, to the dates of graduation. It's like a rite of passage that a parent is looking for at that, well, I have tried. Like when you planted something and graduation is like germination and growth. And for many parents, that such a day will never be physically, if we do it even online. So what a parent is expecting is quite different from what the student is expecting and the school. But all in all, if we do not adapt to this change, it's been forced upon us. If we do not adapt to this change, we may perish. Looking on into the next session and completing this session, what we are expecting as parents is that there has to be adaptability. We have to move forward. If you look at this, I alone know the way to go forward. But certainly, ICT is important in bridging the gap. It's like if we cast our mind back to the difficulties running laboratory work in Nigeria, and then came a time where we talked about alternatives to practicals. Alternatives, yes, but it must never override the reality. How do we synchronize it so that we are not providing people with an alternative reality? It's going to be the biggest challenge that the universities will have to come up with. And it is the university that can adapt the most, that can think out of the box, that will carry the day. All universities have been leveled worldwide. BU Harvard. As a parent, I now expect that irrespective of where the geographic location of the university, it's virtually irrelevant. Everybody is now on the cloud. Therefore, students can enroll from anywhere in the world. So also lecturers, and so also examiners. So the universities, as a parent, we want to see programs that will be challenging, that will be innovative, that will help the students meet the challenge of this time. What I think is there has to be a very effective use of the ICT. It has to be user-friendly. Isabella has talked about data. Also the security. For example, Zoom is run by a company that is privately owned, but everything we're doing on it, we lose proprietary to China. Can't our universities develop something for indigenous use that makes it more secure, that is more data friendly, that can be lighter, that people can get away with lectures with 20 megabytes and things like that? Rather than investing in infrastructure for building, if we have friendly ICT, and if we have a way of maintaining our academic calendar and maintaining standards, as parents, we don't just want the calendar to be maintained, we want the standards to be maintained. If anything, the standards should be improved upon. How can you introduce or maintain or sustain mentorship and vocational training and put in new things that will make our children more relevant in this post-pandemic era? That is, how do we develop innovative programs? Can the universities now, since they are all in the same campus, that is where on cloud, can there be collaboration programs with other universities in Leicester, in Harvard, to collaborate as institutions so that the certificates that the children have and the experiences they have can be more global and more enriching? The truth of the matter is that tertiary institution education must evolve so that we, the end users, that is students and parents, can enjoy the patronage and confidence of these institutions. That is really all I have to say, so that I do not take too much of our time. My key thing is that in the post-pandemic world we're entering, all is not just chaos. We really have to see a new birth where there must be a novel approach. And then from there, we move on into the new era where things can be positive. Everything is not just pandemonium and poverty. Thank you.
Well, I must thank Dr. John Okeni, Chairman, Ron Family Forum, for you to have left clinic since early morning today, and you have been with us. I want to appreciate you, sir. I can't take it for granted. I appreciate you dearly. Thank you so much.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belos, you want to do a recap of the whole thing?
All right, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Okeni. Thank you for reminding us on our roles as institutions and as parents as well. Dr. Okeni told us that parents, the factors that parents would have considered before enrolling their children into higher institutions, that those factors are now leveled. You also mentioned that all aspects of campus life have been affected by the pandemic. More importantly, Dr. Okeni said that if we don't adapt to change, we may perish. And he also mentioned the fact that institutions must develop ICT infrastructure that is user-friendly. Thank you very much once again, sir. Thank you for giving us the parents' perspective as stakeholders. Registrars.
Thank you, Mr. Belus. I'm sure your participants are not familiar with many Belus. This man, his own Belu has a S, so it's more than one Belu. So once again, good afternoon. I want to recognize the presence of the DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Redeemers University, Professor Mrs. Adebileje. She's been with us since. Very soon we will give opportunity to all of our elders on the webinar to have 1 or 2 words with us. Also, the boss of the university, Mrs. Mofolusho Lutayo David, has been with us. I recognize your presence. Isabella Solomon spoke wisely the other time. Now we are proud of one of us, an alumnus of Redeemers University, and he's doing well as a corps marshal, isn't it? I'm very happy that he's wearing the uniform today. Very proud of the job, proud of the university, and we're also proud of you. So, very shortly, we'll be listening to Mr. Idowu Olorutoba. He is the president of our alumni association. Belos, you want to say something on your colleague, your brother, your friend?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Mr. Olorutoba, he is a pioneer graduate of the Redeemers University. And so if you're talking about the first fruits of Redeemers University, you talk about people like Mr. Olorutoba. He is the current president of the Redeemers University Alumni Association. He is based in Abuja. He works with the Federal Road Safety Corps. You can see him elegantly dressed, even with 3 stars on his shoulders. Please join me this afternoon to welcome my friend, my brother, my colleague, Mr. Idowu Olorutoba.
Thank you very much. I don't know, let me take cue from John Okenye, Dr. John Okenye. Can you hear me clearly? You can hear me clearly?
Very well.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share. It's a very rare one. And talking about my uniform, I had no option. You know, it's work time. It's work period. So I had to be in my uniform because anything can be called, I can be called on to do anything at any point in time. And as we even speak, I had to park somewhere. I'm in the car right now. I was in the office before. I had to park somewhere along where I'm supposed to do something just to be able to attend to this webinar. And this is one of the benefits of actually having our social media platforms and all Zoom and all in place. Okay, I would like to actually appreciate all the speakers before now. They really went deep into things that will have made me talk too much, but well, they've already shortened my story, so it's very short to say. I would say that Redeemers University, if we are to talking about the securing the stakeholders' confidence and looking at the alumni perspective, Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you now.
All right. Redeemers University has been prepared long before now for the pandemic. No institution jumps into a rush hour work and expects a result. What we see today in Redeemers University is a result of preparedness before the day. We've been into IT. We've had seasoned IT lecturers in place even before now, even from the inception of the school. Because from what the visitor to the school, Daddy Adeboye said, he said the university is going to be a world-class institution. So I believe we are seeing all the shortcomings that can happen come in, healthcare, educational, whatever line is going to come in, those things have already been in place. If not, by now, we shouldn't have been talking about online schooling, online courses. It shouldn't happen if we were not in a way prepared for it before now. So I would like to say that the school truly has been prepared for this time. If we look at even from the beginning, we have these compulsory tablets that students had to have, like we were expecting something to come. But that was just the trend that we followed, and God helping us, it just came to play at the right time. We had we would like to share on two aspects, basically. What the alumni has been doing to secure stakeholders' confidence, and what we have actually seen the school also doing to secure stakeholders' confidence. So looking at the school, during the pandemic, we see them navigating from the in-class lectures to the online lectures, which is a way to tell them that we are still here. Nothing is shaking, nothing is missing, nothing is moving, nothing is stopping. We have been having effective use of the social media platforms to disseminate information, talking about what the school has been doing that we have been seeing. The school has been, the closing of the school for in-class lectures is actually a way also to secure, that the school has used to secure stakeholders' confidence. Because you will agree with me that if the school was not closed for in-class lectures, we will be talking about multiplier effect of the virus, and then the school will probably be closed down completely by the government. So it was a good decision in the right direction by closing the in-class lectures and sending everybody to go online. That was one of the steps that I believe the school took, which was a good step in the right direction. Effective online admission process is still on. Like I saw a banner about the online application, how you submit your form online, you do everything online, and it's seamless. These are measures that we see that the school has been putting in place to secure stakeholders' confidence in the school. Well, that's on the part of the alumni also. We did not relent. Since the pandemic, so many businesses has closed down. Many of our members lost their jobs, many lost sources of income and all, but we did not relent. We had a program during the period to help relieve. We had a program during the period to relieve members of the alumni from the little financial hiccups that they had. And I think we spent over ₦1 million just helping people. They will call in, this is the financial problem, this is the problem I have, and we send them aid. This is the financial problem I had, we send them aid. Some, their businesses were down, we had to bring in funds to help them beef up what they were doing so that the business will not crash down completely. This we did during the pandemic, and the program is still ongoing. You can ask several of the alumni members, they will tell you that those that are beneficiaries will tell you they've benefited from that platform. We've also had two situations of people that had health issues that we had to come in to help them in providing financial assistance. Because during the pandemic, their parents ran out of cash. And these are our alumni. So we have to we have to come in to intervene and make sure that they still retain, they retain their status as if nothing has happened. Okay, looking at the way forward, we would advise that the school keeps running as if nothing happened. The pandemic is only something that triggers us quickly into the trajectory we are supposed to be moving in. It quickly just tells us that we need to be more of an online institution than an in-class institution. As far as we are concerned, there is really nothing that is so much that can affect the running of the institution. We would advise that the courses should continue as they had been. We don't want a situation where we will say, okay, somebody graduated from accounting and then it comes back after 2 years because of the pandemic. They say accounting has been scrapped from the Redeemers University. No, we don't want to hear that kind of story. We want to hear that, oh, the courses are running, accreditation of courses that are not yet been accredited are still ongoing, and then accreditation comes up. We want to see lecture series going up, everything that needs to be run, lecture, presentations, and all. We can make use of the platforms that we have: Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, even our very is now old Skype. We can use it for all whatever we want to do. The new normal now is on the internet. People rarely come to an in-class gathering. People rarely come for an in-class gathering. The new normal is you be where you are, and then you attend to what you have to attend to. So we would like to implore the school to take on with this and run the school like it's normal. Nothing is changing, nothing is shaking. We are super confident about what we have running in Redeemers University. And I would like to still give kudos to the management team. And I must say also at this point that we appreciate what is happening in EGID. This is something that we are really super proud of from the alumni perspective. We are super proud. Anywhere we get to, when they talk, we say, have you seen what EGID is doing? Have you seen what EGID is doing? That is from my alma mater. That's from my alumni. So you get, these things must not stop. The standard has been there. We must not come down. We must not fall short of that standard. So many lives, so many other institutions rely on what we do as Redeemers University. So many people are looking at what we do so that they will copy what we are doing to augment what they are also doing. So we must not fall short of that standard. We must keep it going. We must keep it moving. There will be a challenge at this time with the social media use for everything we have to do in the school, which is one, it has to do with our time difference. There are times when you have a lecture and then you are in the US, somebody else is in Nigeria, and then you're having a lecture at a Nigerian time. But I believe, like the saying goes, it says, where there is a will, there is a way. So I would just like to implore the students also, wherever you are, take advantage of whatever time and make sure you prepare ahead of it. If the lecture you are going to have is by 4 p.m. Nigerian time, factor in what time that will be for you in the US. If you are there, then you know that you need to rest well before that time so that you won't be engaged, and then the time difference will be making you sleepy at a time when others are having lectures. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but I believe this is something also that the lecturers too should look into, to have a fine-tuned timing where lectures is going on at a good time for all that is a student of the institution. We also like to caution about distraction. For those having lectures online, we will be wary of distractions that come. Most of the time, if you are in line, if you are in class having a lecture, it's almost unlikely that someone would distract you, as it is highly likely that when you are not in class, other activities can hold you up and you won't be able to do what you are supposed to do exactly in the class because you'll just be preoccupied with other things that are not part of what you are supposed to do. Be it as it may, we would like to appreciate the management for putting this up, and we would like to also thank the leadership itself, as in our professor, our Daddy Akilu, for the Vice Chancellor, for allowing this kind of thing to run. The registrar, we really appreciate you for this opportunity, and we pray that this would continue. We will see more of this, and we'll be able to say, oh yes, Redeemers University, this is my home. This is my home. Thank you very much. Let me not take much of your time. Thank you.
I appreciate you. That was another wonderful one from our alumni president. Thank you so much, sir. Belos, you want to do a recap?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Idowo. I just wished you explain your round to us so that we can understand it better. Mr.
You want him to talk?
You said, I didn't get your question. Hello? Hello, Femi? Hello, Mr. Femi, Mr. Bellows with the S. I didn't get the question.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I said I was saying please explain your rank to us. We know it is 3 stars, so but that, what does that translate to? Yes,
Okay, 3-star in FRC is a route commander. Route commander.
Okay.
So a route commander, like he says, route commander, you're in charge of a route. So we can say the EGID can have up to say 20 routes. So each person, there is a person in charge of it. But usually how we operate is a route commander is usually like a staff officer operation in a unit. So if you are in a unit, you see a route commander as the one handling most of the operational matters, everything that has to do with operation, deployment of staff. Oh, these people are going to this place, you are in charge, they are going here. Whatever they do, the logistics in and out, you are just in charge. If there's any problem, any challenge along that route, you are in charge. So
all right. Thank you very much.
That's a captain. In the Nigerian army, that's equivalent to a captain.
That's equivalent of a captain in the Nigerian army. Okay. All right, thank you very much. That has been Mr. Idowu Oloruntoba, the president of the Redeemers University Alumni Association. He talked to us on the role of the alumni as stakeholders, and he mentioned the fact that for the alumni, they see their institution as being prepared long before the pandemic even arrived through the creation of certain ICT infrastructure. Mr. Oloruntoba also mentioned the fact that as the alumni, they have been involved in alumni engagement. And so even members of the alumni whose jobs or businesses were affected by the pandemic, they were able to assist them. Those who had health challenges, they also assisted them. I think it just pointed to the fact that students in the university have a family that they can relate to or relate with even upon graduation, and that is the Redeemers University Alumni Association. The Alumni Association is key to the development of any educational institution. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Oloruntoba. The registrar, sir.
No, thank you. We are getting to the last paper now, and that is going to be presented by Pastor Oluseyi Alakija, the man in charge of our strategic communications in Redeemers University. I want to believe that Mr. Bellows, you want to say 1 or 2 things on your boss.
Thank you, sir. Pastor Oluseyi Alakija is a multiple postgraduate degree holder in psychology and business administration. He is a fellow of National Institute of Marketing in Nigeria. At the time, he was a business manager of Reels Specialist Limited, a member of the Reels Group, which is an indigenous pharmaceutical company with sole franchise for the Swedish pharmaceutical giant AstraZeneca. Pastor Alakija is the assistant chaplain of the university and also the deputy registrar and the acting director for the Directorate of Strategic Communications and Development. He joined the service of the university in 2007, and since then he has made immense contributions to the development of the university. He will be talking to us on the role of staffs as stakeholders, even in the light of this COVID-19 pandemic. And so please welcome with me this afternoon the final speaker for this webinar. But I can assure you, looking ahead to the month of August, we have a loaded package coming for you, which the registrar will talk about later. So please welcome with me for the next few minutes, Pastor Oluseyi Alakija.
Thank you very much. I want to be sure that I can be heard. I don't know if everyone is hearing me.
Yes,
you can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask for permission?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your camera is your headroom is so high. So you tilt your camera so that we can see your face. Good. Just a little more. Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
We can see your handsome face now. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm actually trying to do do self-isolation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Permission to share my screen, my slide now, so that we can keep running. Hello? Hello?
Share your screen, sir. Share your screen. We can hear you.
Yes, I have it there already. Okay.
Good. Good.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to rest on the existing protocols and quickly move on because of time. Quickly, just a way of reminding us what we're talking about. We are trying to look at securing stakeholders' confidence in a situation of this pandemic. So what does securing mean? It means to succeed in obtaining something. And what does confidence mean? It is a feeling or belief that one can have faith in or rely on someone or something. Who is a stakeholder? A stakeholder is a person with an interest or concern in something, especially a business. So we have several stakeholders, as it has been seen in this discussion. Our students are very major stakeholders. Our parents are major stakeholders. The community around us also have a stake in this university. The agencies that control and moderate education, they are also stakeholders. Now, when you are talking, because the key word in this discussion is confidence, and another synonym for confidence is trust. So how do we secure the confidence or the trust of our stakeholders? I must emphasize that from research, it has been established that confidence actually rests on several legs. I want to discuss 4 of those legs today. The first leg is knowledge. When you know that when you go to an hospital, for example, and you are sick, and you maybe what you have is a surgical case, and the person that is on duty is a pediatrician, I'm not sure your confidence will rise, because a pediatrician is not skilled in handling your surgical cases. So knowledge of what you know, when you know that this person you are relating with knows what he's supposed to know, your confidence level is likely to rise. Process, how does it go about doing what he's doing? If you see a surgeon come to operate you, and what you see is the local cutlass and axes and O's that are used in the farm, I'm sure you are going to be scared that this person, even though he's a surgeon, but he doesn't have what it takes to do it the proper way. Then another important factor for confidence, which confidence rests on, is relationship. Relationship is key. Relationship of today determines the output of tomorrow. Relationship that we have built over the years will also determine how far we go. And then there is a C factor. This C factor, I'll let you in when it is time. Now, let's quickly look at knowledge. What we know. I'm happy that we started this note with one of the most profound scholars, Professor Appy. The fact that Redeemers University is the location for the African Center of Genomics of Infectious Disease is not by chance. It has come with so many benefits on us. Every staff member on this campus is well informed about infections, infectious diseases, and how it is managed. We have regular updates. And so during the COVID period and post-COVID, as we look forward, you are sure that you have an informed community who will play their role in our interactions with our students, in our interactions with our patients, with our parents, in our interactions with other people who have business concerns with us. So we have regular updates on infections, the prevalence mode, the mode of transmission. And so we are not people who are speculating. We are not living in doubt about the position of COVID. We are well informed about COVID. And so that's a great plus for us. The Redeemers University staff are people who have good knowledge. And so anyone who is going to survive in this period must be well informed about this disease condition, how it is transmitted, how you can challenge it, and what you need to do. And so we also know what to do in the event of a scare. Our staff members are well informed. They know what to do when they suspect that this person might be carrying coronavirus or is likely to be carrying it. They know what to do, and they will not compromise what to do when the time comes. It's also important that in Redeemers University, as staff members, the coronavirus period, the pandemic period, has given us more opportunity to know more about our students, which are major stakeholders in what we do. We know their health profiles. We know their medical conditions more than we ever knew it before, because it is important that when we know this, when the school resumes back in session, it will help us in how to relate with them and how they will be adequately protected. Those who are sickle cell patients, the diabetics, the asthmatics, those who have high blood pressure, we have been told by several research publications that they are vulnerable population. So among our students, we are going to do our best to ensure that this category of students who are with us, though they are at home now, will be given what is necessary so that they don't fall victim of the infection. Now, psychological profile. The Redeemers University, ahead of time, I heard Mrs. Akinyemiju talking about the need for psychosocial training and all that. Redeemers University has been investing heavily on training clinical psychologists within the environment, in the teaching team, in the non-teaching staff, and in the medical team. You have well-experienced clinical psychologists who are available doing their work like hunters, going out, identifying that population that's having psychological challenge and giving them remedies. And has invested heavily on this category of professionals, such that when we resume, we know how to identify them, we know what to do, we know how to help them, and we will not be in any way falling short. What about the spiritual profile? We have experienced men and women of God in every aspect of our community who are working in virtually all the departments. They have been divinely placed there to also follow up on the profiles of our students, to follow up on the profile of staff members also, so that you have a committed and a spiritually sensitive environment here, so that we pick anything that needed to be picked. Also, this knowledge that we have, whether it is their medical profile, whether it's their psychological profile or their spiritual profile, it's used to the best of the student, not to stigmatize and to prevent undue exposure. Now, another important component of confidence is process. In Redeemers University, our processes are quite dynamic. You know, for many universities, they were caught napping when the pandemic broke out. But like the alumni president said, we have been well prepared right ahead of time. We have been using ICT models, ICT platforms, and online measures for most of our processes. So we were not taken unaware when the pandemic broke out. So all our programs are well moderated with ICT, modern ICT devices that are second to none, that can be compared to what happens in other parts of the world. So we are ready, and our stakeholders need to depend and trust us for a glorious future, whatever happens. Now, you realize that during the pandemic, our lectures, our assignments, our tests, particularly from the month of April, have been going on seamlessly. And the examinations are going to be taken in a few weeks, and it will be seamless. Our students have been put through the practical. They're already used to it. It is not a new thing to them. And so everything is well moderated on easily accessible online platforms. Then the spiritual and relevant university program, because you know, man is made up of three components. You have the body, soul, and spirit. So we do not look at building the brain without building the spirit man and the soul of our students. So relevant spiritual programs have been deployed that are going on online, even during the pandemic, that such that our students are being blessed and being touched and being ministered to in all ramifications during this pandemic. And should the pandemic continue, we are sure that we'll be able to step up and be able to reach out spiritually to our students. Now, talking about our dynamic process, it's also very important to mention here that by now we have done an experiment whereby staff members have been treated and managed using our online medical services. And it has worked with staff members such that from the comfort of your home, your doctor can attend to you. It is only in the case of very serious emergencies that you need to appear at the clinic. this will help us prevent further spread should there be a breakout, should there be contamination or whatever. So from your home, from your office, you can consult your doctor, you can book an appointment, you can collect your drugs from the pharmacy, and that is already dropped there. So contact is already limited such that no one can get infected. Now, well, we are not praying for this, but should the pandemic persist, Redeemers University is well prepared ahead of time. We have numerous, because these are important things that our students must do. Man must not live by bread alone. So bread is also very important to man. We have numerous cafeterias in operation in our university such that it is enough for our number. If every student must eat at the same time, there are numerous cafeterias spread across the university that it will not in any way jeopardize or compromise their health condition. And ahead of time, Redeemers University is not one of those universities where you have crowded accommodation. Our hostel accommodation is only for 2 students only. And when we are blessed with EGID, so testing and identifying if somebody has coronavirus is not a problem, because we are the hub where all the Southwest states have all their citizens tested. So how much more to test our own students? It will be paramount on our agenda. So we are sure that if there are 2 students, it is enough to be managed and can be well managed. Now, more than enough facilities for compliance with physical distancing. Should this condition continue and our lectures our students have to be back on campus, we have more than enough infrastructural facilities to spread out our students into classrooms with online facilities, and they can be receiving the same lecture with the required number in each class without bringing everybody together at the same time. Now, another key important factor for confidence is relationship. In Redeemers University, we cherish relationship. We have been trained as staff members to value relationship with our students, relationship with our lecturers, relationship with our parents. And it is evident in today's presentation that the president of the Student Association is there and several other students. There is hardly any staff member who does not have interaction with 2, 3, 4, 5 students. As a matter of fact, the concept of in loco parentis is being practiced heavily in Redeemers University. We are seeing our students as their parents in this location. And so wherever they are, there is connection. I don't know how many of them I've spoken with today. I don't know how many my other colleagues have spoken with. So we are concerned. And so there is a relationship going on, not only when they're in school, even when they graduate from school, we keep a very vibrant relationship at all times. In their other developments in life, when they marry, when they have children, when they have to, bury any of their parents, we are involved. We are in close relationship with our students. And what do we say about our parents? Of course, you can see Dr. Okeni, who just presented a paper. There is a very good rapport with our parents. Yes, there can be issues, but from time to time, we resolve and we move on. So we have very vibrant and very robust relationship with our parents. And so we are sure of the future that no matter what happens, we have the backing of our students, both present and the ones who have graduated, and our parents, both the ones who have current business with us and those whose children have even graduated, they are still coming back because of that relationship. And it is not out of place to also say that we are, as a university, we are law abiding. So our regulatory agencies, the agencies that regulate education in Nigeria, have very good and very warm relationship with us. Is it the Universities Commission? Is it JAM? And other agencies that moderate education in Nigeria? We have the understanding as staff members in every capacity, and we keep good relationship with all these agencies. And we are sure that whatever support we need to get at any point in time, we will get it to keep this university going. And then, of course, other service providers, no matter what happens, we have a name, we have a relationship that is valued like currency. That whether whatever we need at any point in time, once the name Redeemers University is mentioned, we can have it at our beck and call. Now, every staff member in this university has what is called the ownership mindset. The ownership mindset is what translates a business from one person's agenda to everybody's agenda. So everybody who is a staff in this university has the mindset of this university is our own. This university is my own. So that concept of ownership is making the university to cross barriers, to leap over walls, and to make it very stable and very peaceful. And that is why our stakeholders need to know, and it has helped over the years to develop very solid confidence in us. And of course, on that relationship, inclusive decision-making process. Our decision-making is from bottom to top. We sample opinion from those who are the lowest in cadre, our students, the junior staff, and then the senior staff. And it is the inputs from all of these levels that is put together for decision-making. So you have a very sensitive and very people-conscious administration, such that everything is flowing well. And this is one of the reasons why our stakeholders always believe in us. Now, the final point here is the covenant factor, which I call the C factor. And you will see that virtually everyone who had spoken had mentioned the place of God. So it is not by accident. It is not a mistake. It is not an error that Redeemer's University, as our name, is the only university named after God. Where will God be in all that we do? God is central to everything that we do. And that is why all our stakeholders, they have very strong confidence in us. And fortunately, as they depend on us, most of them have come to realize that the reason why we tick, the reason why we perform, and we will keep performing, is because our dependence is also on the God who is the covenant keeper. Because this university did not just arrive because one man felt like building a university. It is a prophetic university. It's a university that was born out of God's desire to raise a special category of children and people for himself. So as our stakeholders depend on us, we depend on God. And you know, the Bible says in 2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 8, say, with him is a ham of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and fight our battles. The coronavirus, this pandemic is a battle. And by the special grace of the Almighty God, we are sure that we are more than conquerors. And then finally, in the book of Psalm 20 verse 7, the Bible says, some trust in chariots, some in horses, but we remember the name of the Lord our God. When they fall, we will keep standing. That is certain. And I wish that this will also be the position with our sister universities, so that all of us will stand together and we will succeed together and we will make it together. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for listening.
I must say a very big thank you to Pastor Alakija. That was a wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank
you so much. Belos, you want to do a recap of all that he has said?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Pastor Alakija, the Acting Director, Directorate of Strategic Communications and Development, Redeemer's University. And I'd like to start on the note where he talked about the strategic relationships of the university with key stakeholders. I think that is one of the things that we should take away today as administrators, as decision makers, as workers in different educational institutions. We must ensure that we have good strategic relationship with our critical stakeholders. Pastor Lakija mentioned the fact that the staff in Redeemer's University are well informed, and that we all should ensure that the staff in our respective institutions, polytechnics, colleges of education, universities, we should ensure that our staff are properly informed about the COVID-19 pandemic as well. He mentioned the fact that as an institution, we're knowing our students better, and that Redeemer's University has invested heavily. He emphasized that the Redeemer's University has invested heavily in the training of staff in the area of clinical psychology. And he also talked about the dynamic processes that exist in the university. Another thing worthy of note, or two things worthy of note. First was the fact that he mentioned that currently in the university, we're practicing what is known as online medical services or telemedicine. And this is a reality in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think that is also something that we can borrow a leaf from. And finally, he mentioned the fact that the accommodation for the students from inception of the university 15 years ago has been 2 students. And so even if you have to take into cognizance the social distancing or the self-isolation policies of the federal government and all of that, you are rest assured that Redeemer's University is well prepared for that. So once again, we say a very big thank you to Pastor Oluseyi Alakija from the Redeemers University, Deputy Registrar and Acting Director, Directorate of Strategic Communications and Development. The Registrar.
Thank you, Belus. And now we want to go back to our presenters, all our speakers. I'll be calling on them one after the other for their parting word. Perhaps you have a look at the Q&A button and check if there is any related question that you need to attend to. Please, as our speakers, help us do so. I want to bring on board the Chairman, Family Forum, Dr. John Okeni, to give us a parting word. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me or see me, please?
I can see you, we can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. As a parent, we really know that our children are our heritage, and we're looking up to these tertiary institutions to assist us in molding them. We know that the administrators have their own families, their own health concerns and all of that, and we salute the selflessness that has gone into all of this and into helping to continue this calendar. That said, it is obvious that the pandemic has brought a lot of poverty, pandemonium, and all sorts of things to the unprepared. Still, every institution has to prepare and rise up to this new era. We have to ensure that we give confidence to all of us. We do not want children and students to lose time and money and future. And we're looking all of these institutions to rise to this challenge. COVID-19 is just a stepping stone. It will pass, and if it doesn't pass to time, we must go past it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you. And I want to thank you sincerely for the time you have devoted to this webinar. Since morning, you have been with us. God will continue to lift you up, sir.
Amen.
Your family and your children, you continue to be very great in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, sir. You can see on the screen, we will be using this opportunity to invite all our colleagues from all over Nigeria and abroad. Just as the workshop in August is named International Registry Workshop, Lecture, Exhibition, and Award. That workshop is named Aspiring Registrar, and it will be holding 19th to 21st August 2020. Venue, it is going to be through Zoom. We thought of bringing everybody together to our beautiful campus, our Garden of Eden, but nature has it that we'll be speaking to every one of us from different locations. Now, our big Oga, the big masquerade, will be talking to us, Mr. Yoguruku. You all know him, he's a wonderful speaker. Anywhere he speaks, administrators must listen. Mr. Yoguruku, former registrar, OAU, Ife, will be talking to us. Professor Vincent Anibogu, a leadership expert, will be talking to us. And Dr. Manjola Woshusi, my mentor, he tutored me, changed my whatever when I was growing up under him. Also, another mentor of mine from United Kingdom. Each time I want to call the name of his university, I always have an issue. Dr. Matthew Andrews, he will be speaking to us during that event. Mrs. Rifkatu Ocean Swanta, she will also be speaking to us, former registrar, University of Abuja. What about my friend, my brother, Dr. Promise Omidiora, Registrar Covenant University? He will also be speaking to us. I'm sure he will speak also as a prophet then, because he's a pastor in the Living Faith Church. Every morning I see him on screen, ministering with Papa Oyedepo. Thank you, God bless you. And I also will be there. as the host, and will be presenting a paper on leadership. Mrs. M.F. Olopade, Registrar, College of Education, Ilesha, she will also be on hand to speak to us. What about my brother, handsome registrar from Elizabeth University, Mr. Omololu Adegbenro? He will also be online to talk to all of us. What about Mrs. Modupe Fawale, registrar, the Polytechnic Ibadan? She will also be on board to speak to us. Somebody, we are trying to introduce something in administration, and that is project management. Project management. An expert will be talking to us from Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas. Engineer Sesan Awopetu, he will be speaking to us on that. We have Dr. Mbaodim. Dr. Mbaodim, the HOD Computer Science. He will also be speaking to us. And one beautiful thing is that the man who was the chairman at my interview when I was coming to the university, Professor M.B. Oyebode, Akin Oyebode, a legal luminary. He will be speaking to us on that day, and I'm sure he will be giving the fourth, I think the fifth Redeemers University annual lecture, and it's going to be an awesome time. You can't afford to miss it. So we'll be looking forward to seeing all of us online. And while we are sending materials from this webinar, we will also be contacting you. Thank you so much. And now I want to call on other speakers, one after the other, to give us the parting shot. Just like Professor Oyebode will say there, give him the parting shot during our interview in those days. Said, give him the final shot. And he said, Dean of Science, give him the parting shot. So I want the parting shot from all our speakers. Pastor Oluseyi Alakija, can you just give us a parting shot quickly? 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. One of the participants asked a question that is there any research going on to investigate the effect, the psychological effect of COVID-19 on university students? And I would like to tell you that, as usual, Redeemers University has taken a lead in that. There is a research work that has been concluded, or almost been concluded now, which has looked at the effect of COVID-19 on the tertiary students in Nigeria. And that research work is being coordinated by the Behavioral Studies Department of Redeemers University. Anytime from now, that paper will be published. And I want to say that we have been looking ahead as a university to see this effect on our students and other students, and how to ameliorate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Now I want to call on Prophet Fred Akintunwa to give us his parting shot. Mr. Fred Akintunwa, are you there?
Thank you very much for the privilege. Yes.
Please enable your video and let's see your face, your handsome face. Yeah? Okay. While we are waiting for Mr. Akintunwa, I want to call on Isabella Solomon, our beautiful daughter, student, and president, Ronsa. No longer there. Okay. Okay, Fred is back now, I guess.
I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead.
I want to say thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the privilege and for the honor. I want to say to most of us that are here, our organization is available to work with institutions. For the past 20 years, we have been working with institutions in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. We are available to sit with you, to look at what we can do to bring the best solutions post-COVID to Nigeria. Because it is not just for us to just be talking without action. We don't just talk, we sit with you, we look at what you have, and we look at what we can be able to assist you to get. That is why we are available. Please contact us, we will sit with you, we see what we can do to get the best for our investment. Thank you very much. God bless you, Chairman.
I appreciate you. You can see greater investment in ICT. Thank you so much. Mrs. Adumaki Miju, is my mama still there? No, okay. Professor Happy has left us. I'm a Registrar Institute of Strategic Management. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, I want to see your handsome face with your hairy head.
Well,
thank you, sir.
Let me quickly say that it's a wonderful time being here since morning, and I have equally learned a lot from different speakers, and I want us to take this away, that in the midst of crisis, that is when our competence shows. What we are capable of achieving is usually tested when we have issues around us. And that is the essence of strategy. As strategists, we anticipate the future while we provide the solution. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thanks for the opportunity.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. You're already on the go. Thank God for ICT. I'd like to welcome Dr. Peter Ajayi for his parting shot. Dr. Peter Ajayi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Very well, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for having me today. It's been a great pleasure learning on this platform. My parting words will be that your health is your responsibility. Take care of it, and your immune system will be ready to take on any virus. One thing we know is that COVID-19 will soon pass, but there are no drugs yet, and that's why you must protect yourself and your family. The recommendations are so simple to follow. If you choose a healthy lifestyle, you can free yourself from most diseases. A negative lifestyle has been associated with most of the medical conditions that we find around. Exercise regularly, eat healthy, stay positive, check yourself regularly. If you're over 50, you need to pass a yearly medical exam to detect issues and manage them early. Thank you and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to call on Mr. Idowu Olorutoba. If you are still there, okay, he has left us. Now is the time for the elders. Time for our ex-registrars and serving registrars. To take the lead is no other person than Mr. Ayorinde Oguruku. Sir, if you are there, we want to have a word of advice from the elder there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Congratulations on this webinar.
Thank you so much,
I'm most proud of what you have done. It has been holistic. Having talks on health, having talks on professionalism, and having talks on even having the students, the various stakeholders common. I think I want to commend the efforts of the Run Registry. Kudos to you. I want to emphasize again that we are not only thinking about the new normal, but the next normal, because this pandemic is not likely going to leave us very soon, as the experts have said. So we all need to be prepared, as most of the critical stakeholders have said, the speakers today. Change has dawned on us, and I like the quote of the president of RONSA in this regard. I always like to say that if you don't change, change will change you. But if you are not adapting to change, by the time change is changing, you are off the radar. I want to commend the efforts that have been done. Thank God for all of the speakers and appreciate what they have done. Thank you very much indeed. Kudos to Ron and Registry. Oga Registrar, God bless you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you, sir. Now I want to bring on Dr. Mojola Awoshusi. Dr. Mojola Awoshusi. former registrar, Ekiti State University.
Thank you very much. But I want to thank God for helping me to manage to be at this webinar. It has been a very wonderful time, a refreshing time. I have learned so much. For me, it's a learning curve. I've enjoyed all the presentations. I was particularly impressed.
Dr. Ojisi, kindly enable your video. We want to see your face. Okay. Wow. Yes, we can see, except it's a little dark in your...
Okay. Well, I'm in the comfort of my house.
That's good, sir.
Well, yeah, I've been impressed by the presentations, and I've enjoyed myself thoroughly today. And you have introduced new dimensions. I felt that the presentation of Dr. Ajayi in itself is enough to be to form the content of the whole webinar, because we can take it in modules. I've been superlatively impressed by the product of Redeemer's University, exemplified by Isabella and Mr. Rutoba, because the taste of the pudding is in the eating, and the quality of a university is reflected in the products. If you ask me to vote whether Isabella should be given his bachelor's degree this evening, I will not hesitate to do that, because I believe she is in a position to defend it. I want to thank the authorities of Redeemer's University for approving this, and I appreciate the registrar who has put this together. One thing I want to add to what Mr. Oguruku said is that the government has a role to play, and I don't see that role being played now. This is the time for the government to really sit down and find out how can they help institutions to bring down the cost of bandwidth, the cost of data. How can they help the universities and institutions with stability in terms of power and internet connectivity? They have also a role to play in instituting mechanism for quality assurance in terms of what are we going to consider as the standard online program? What are we going to consider as standard digital pedagogy, such that it is not that this institution is using Canvas, this one is using Google Classroom, this one is using this and that, this one is using Zoom. Now, what will be the standard? What will be the depth of it? Isabella spoke about engagement of students, that some students, they just appear in class during online and they just register and they begin to play around. They are not actually getting grip of what is being taught. What will be the standard? Number 3, government will need to help institutions to do aggressive capacity building. That should be train the trainers. People are going to train lecturers across board the university on digital pedagogy. How can they put their content on the in digital form, and how can they deliver what they know how to deliver? So I think that is the way to go, and I believe God is going to help us. Finally, I want to congratulate you for this webinar, and I appreciate all my colleagues that have attended. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. And now, Dr. Adekola, Registrar, Federal University of Agric, Abeokuta. If you are online, we want to see your face and want to have a short advice from you. I understand Registrar UI has left us. Wow. This man is the PRO of Association of Registrars of Nigerian Universities. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me start on a note of appreciation on behalf of Association of Registrars of Nigerian Universities. This webinar has really railed the trail by showing the capacity of the registry as a leading arm in doing the new normal. This webinar has really given us a food for thought, because while people out there are still doubting whether online teaching, online virtual learning is possible in the university system, Redeemers University has shown today, again, let me say again, because I have really delivered a lecture in your university that was watched on YouTube across the world. And today, what you have done again today is really an eye-opener that all universities must come up now to up their game. What my elder, Dr. Wishusi, said is really more to the public universities, that there is a need for capacity building, and there is a need to leave the comfort zone that we are, to say that we are public universities and so we wait for government for everything. Each university should definitely come up now with what Mama said earlier, a committee that should be preparing the university for the resumption arrangements that may be announced by government very soon. And because without that, the reopening arrangement will be a sham, because what is coming up from this webinar is that the university system is going to face a lot of challenges. Is it the hostel administration that will not be challenged, especially in the public universities? Or is it about virtual learning? The classrooms definitely will have to be looked into. How are we going to use all those 1,000, 3,000 lecture theaters again in the post-COVID era? And again, Dr. Ajayi has really made my day in terms of the talk on the health. Most of the administrators today, they are over 50, and there is a need for them, but very thoughtful lecture on how and the need for them to exercise and to also do yearly medical examination. We all pray to be around for a very long time, and the way to it is to look after our health now, to be part of the future generation. I want to thank especially the authorities of Redeemers University. This is very thought-provoking, and I think that all the participants definitely have enjoyed this. I'm attending this webinar with some of my deputy registrars and principal assistant registrars. And we are all here saying a very big thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Registrar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adekola. He left Oshogbo for Abeokuta. So he's a veteran registrar. God bless you. Now I need to inform us that during this webinar, 26 institutions participated. So I want to recognize participants from the following institutions: Abia State University, Uturu, 2 participants there. Ajayi Crowther University, but I think Oyo, Ajayi Crowther University. I don't know whether the registrar is online. If she is online, please let me know so that I can recognize you. Anchor University, Ayobo. Am I right? Ayobo, Lagos State, thank you. Augustine University. Oh, Mrs. Aziba. Thank you, registrar there. God bless you. Bowen University, Wo. Mr. Lupeju, thank you for coming. Dr. Omidiora, Covenant University. It's unfortunate we don't know which line you are using. Please just raise your hand so that we know exactly which line you are using. We want to see your face because we are preparing to hear you in August. We want to know what quality the participants are looking forward to. Crawford University, Gbesa, you are welcome. Thank you. Ekiti State University, that's where I came from. 15 participants. Wonderful. Wonderful. God bless you there. All my colleagues from Federal Polytechnic, Ekowe, Bayelsa State, that means the registrar is there. Mr. Babatola, if you are there, just raise your hand so that we allow you to have a word with us. Mr. Babatola, that's his name. So we welcome you. Federal Polytechnic Ado Ekiti, the registrar leading 7 others. Mrs. Kehinde Ekanem. If you are there, you raise your hand so that we can allow you to say 1 or 2 words to our people here. From Federal University of Abeokuta, 5 participants. Federal University of Technology, Akure, leading the team, 17. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. From Lando Akintola University, that's my friend there. I'm sure it's only the registrar. If you are still online, let us Akindele Ogunleye, that's his name. He's sharing, he has taken 2 of my names. Thank you so much. From Lagos State University, that's 1. That's, I think, Dr. Adebayo. Good. Then from Landmark University, Omuaran, 2 participants. Mrs. Oyeloye, I don't know whether you are still there. If you are there, let us know. Then Mountain Top University, leading the pack with 25 participants. Mr. Oyewole, please, Oyewole is the registrar. If you are there, let us know. Landmark. Okay, we want to hear a word from registrar, a beautiful woman from Landmark. Wow. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, the Registrar, Redeemers University. The Vice Chancellor, Redeemers University, Professor Anthony Akinlo, my amiable brother, the Registrar, Reverend Olukayode Akindele, serving and retired registrars. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is Oyinloyi Adefunke Fola, and I bring you greetings from Landmark University, Omuaran, ably led by my Vice Chancellor, Professor Adeniyi Olayanju, as I heartily congratulate and thank the Registrar Ron for putting this timely webinar together. It is no doubt again that an inevitable change occasioned by the outbreak of the coronavirus-caused COVID-19 disease has come upon us globally, and there can be no better expression of wisdom than to accept the reality of what has come upon us, adapt to the change, and then learn how to forge ahead. The webinar that we have attended today has looked at COVID-19 and its effect from the angles of the medical and health, teaching and learning, employees' continued relevance in the workplace in the face of the disruption, undeniable reality of ICT's relevance alongside the stakeholders' position. And it is without any doubt an essential for this season. And I want to believe that from here, participants will become more agile and launch themselves into another phase in carrying out their task, riding on the reality of what we have learned here today. One more time, let me congratulate the registrar, Reverend Akindele, for putting this thought-provoking webinar together, and wish all TEI administrators new breakthroughs, new vistas in this new normal and the next. Thank you for this opportunity.
God bless you, madam. That's a wonderful one. You have given me a new title today. Reverend. So my colleagues, I'm sure you are listening. Thank you. From Mountain Top, I don't know whether Mr. Oyewole is there. Mr. Oyewole. Is it there? While I continue to, Nigerian Police Academy, Woody, one person. Thank you for coming. God bless you. Obafemi Awolowo University, that's where I graduated. We have 3 participants. Thank you so much. Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, we have also 3 participants. Ondo State University Medical Sciences, 1 participant. Thank you. Osun State College of Education, Ilesha, Osun State, 1. I'm sure that's the registrar. Okay, God bless you. From where we are, Redeemers University, we are the leader. 36 participants. Thank you, all of us here. God bless you. University of Africa, Toru Orua, Bayelsa State, 1 participant. Thank you for coming. Veristas University, Abuja, 1 participant. Thank you for coming. Yaba College of Technology, Lagos State, 1 participant. And then from other people or from other institutions, 9 participants. So we are so grateful for you to be here today. Now I couldn't have done all of this alone. Quite a number of people working behind the scene. All my deputy registrars, they have been wonderful. Mrs. M.O.J., I appreciate you. Mr. D.K.T. Akintola, I appreciate you. Pastor Oluseyi Alakija, I appreciate you. Then there is somebody in the corporate affairs, Mr. Adeleye, Mr. Ikpenko, who is the chairman. We are still going to listen to him. Wherever he is now, he will be coming on very shortly. After the Vice Chancellor's remark, Mr. Ikpenko will be talking. Now, the registrar, okay, UNILAG participant, I want to appreciate you for coming. I have a friend there who we met in Glasgow, Scotland, I think in 2014 or so. We shared the same hostel, and since then we have been very close. Together. Mr. Gbenga Adefarakan, don't know whether you are still there. I want to appreciate you for coming. God bless you dearly. Now, gentlemen, so Federal University of Oye-Ekiti. Okay, thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Then my colleague and friend from the Polytechnic, Federal Polytechnic, Ekowe. I'm sure he will pronounce it very well when he comes on board. Mr. Babatola, Jadesola, if you are there, you want to talk to us quickly? Sir Jadesola Babatola, please enable your video and audio and speak to us. Is it there? You are not sure. Mr. Omololu Adegbenro from Elizade. Omololu Adegbenro from Elizade. Okay, thank you so much. And on this note, having spoken glowingly of all our team here, all members of the team, I want to appreciate you. I want to call on the Vice Chancellor to give his closing remark. The Vice Chancellor, sir. Professor Anthony Akilo, I want to thank you sincerely because you gave us the enabling environment. So, Professor Anthony Akilo, is he there?
Well, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Want to welcome you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I think I'll join my voice with your voice to appreciate all the participants.
Yes, I want to see your face, sir. The camera is looking up. We want to see your face, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I said, well, let me join my voice with your voice in appreciating all the participants. It has been a wonderful day. I think I enjoyed myself. And I've learned so many things. I've enjoyed all the lectures. And I think the next thing to do now is based on what we have heard, and then everything we package everything and make sure that we put them to use in the universities. And I think other universities also will benefit from what we have taught this day. So once again, I want to say thank you for this wonderful webinar. Thank you, especially the registry, for putting up this program. We pray that the Almighty God will continue to work with you and will take you higher and higher in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
So once again, I say thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you for your kind words. Now, there is a friend. and a consultant, an international consultant, Mani Associates. Mani Associates. If you can come on now, Mani Associates. Wow, all the way from Sheffield, UK. You want to say one or two words?
I just want to use this opportunity to thank everyone. It has been a useful program, and I've really enjoyed it. I've been watching it since this morning, and it has been so great. I've learned so much, despite all the information is UK here. So, but this information has been very, very useful, and also very, very brief for so many areas. And I just want to thank everybody. And God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to see you in August.
By the grace of God, sir.
Or whatever. God will continue to help us. Now I want to call on Mr. Ikpenko, Ademola Ikpenko, the chairman of the planning committee of this webinar, and the one that is coming up in August. Please, will you be kind enough to give a vote of thanks? Before thereafter, I will call on the chaplain of the university for the closing prayer. Yes, sir. Mr. Ademola Ikpenko.
Yeah, I'm here. I want to thank everybody who has spoken. They have done my job. Let me start with the VC for his approval and support and the steering leadership. I appreciate you, sir. The registrar, sir, for this wonderful idea. I think when we started at the threshold, the beginning of this program, we didn't know what exactly will happen. But for this idea and the vision and your leadership, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. All the principal officers from the DVC, the BOSA, the acting librarian, all of you, you've been wonderful for supporting this program. We also appreciate you. To all our guest speakers, I personally owe you individually certain things. To all of you, you have done us proud. We are highly indebted to you. I don't know, it's only the Almighty God, because if you're asking for a reward from the Redeemer's University, I'm not sure we have what it takes to reward you for your time, the sacrifice, everything you have done. If I want to mention Mommy Akiyemi, she's my mother, I thank you. Professor Happy, we cannot thank you enough. A friend of the university, Mr. Obetunde Odeyemi, you've been very, very wonderful. We appreciate you. Fred Akintunwa, sir, you have done very well. We have done our heart for you. And our daddy here, Dr. Peter Ajayi, thank you for honoring the invitation, and you have done us proud. Dr. Kenny has been a very loyal parent and a partner in progress. Dr. Kenny, if you're listening to me, it's my heartfelt prayer that the Lord Almighty will bless you and that will give you long life to serve humanity. Then the other people who are along to who is my son. I thank you, I'm proud of you. Isabella, my president, I don't know what to say, but I've done us proud. For even Dr. Monjola to commend you, I think it's something you can keep and take to the bank or money. When you are the central bank and get some money. Isabella, I am proud of you. Pastor Lakija, I know, it has always been like that. You've done very well. Thank you very much, Pastor Lakija. And then to all participants, serving registrar, retired registrar, for taking time to be with us today. You have created some joy we cannot measure in our heart. We thank you. You're part of this success story. We appreciate you all. Then to all other participants, I want to say we are very grateful. And then for the entire success in wrapping up, I think the entire press goes to the Almighty God. Thank you very much for making us proud today. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ikpenko. You fail to recognize the important roles of your committee members.
Okay.
But on your behalf, I will thank them. They have done marvelously well.
Okay.
So I want to thank all of them and quite a number of other people who are working behind the scene. Inside where I am now, there are foot soldiers like Oyeniyi, Mr. Bellows. Mr. Bellows is one of the proud products of our university. And there is also a sub-registrar in my office. Mr. Adedeji, thank you so much. And Wale, I know, is the one behind the console. We appreciate you dearly. And to all my colleagues, all registrars from everywhere, and our elders, Mr. Yoguruku, Dr. Omojola Awojusi, I rise up to salute you. God bless you. Thank you. We'll see you in August. Bye-bye. A closing prayer from Pastor Alak Koshile now. Yes, sir. You are there. Please, closing prayer, sir.
Let us pray. Our Father, forever we lift you high. Thank you very much for what you've done for us today. Thank you, Lord, for every stage of the program, from the planning to the execution. Again, we acknowledge that beyond how the papers and the positions have been presented is the fact that except you build